Hey guys, tonight we're not focusing on the grand battles or epic kings, but rather the strange, quirky, and surprisingly human details of a time long past, the Middle Ages. Settle in and allow the more curious corners of history to quiet your mind. We'll journey back to an era of dramatic contrasts, where profound faith coexisted with absurd legalities. Imagine a medieval courtroom, not unlike a scene from a strange fable, where the accused is a large, bewildered pig wearing human clothes. A true story of bizarre animal trials. We'll also witness the quiet, deadly tension that permeated royal life, where the simple act of a toast could be a final one, all thanks to the cold precision of the poison queens and apothecaries. And finally, we'll examine the profound disconnect between ideal and reality, looking at the hypocrisy that sometimes lurked behind the cross of the Crusader knights. So, find your most comfortable spot, dim the lights, and prepare to have your imagination stirred, but your mind soothed. Drift off as the echoes of medieval mysteries and mildly interesting historical oddities lull you to a peaceful sleep. Chapter 1. The Case of the Unimpressed Defendant. Let's talk about justice. You wake to a bell that rings with the dignity of a skillet, and the reeve's voice flaps down the corridor. Manor Court. Attendance not optional. You fold yourself out of your blanket, peel a dog from your shins like a sticker, and shuffle toward the great hall where law is about to happen in an aggressively wooden environment. The courtroom is the Lord's Hall wearing its serious hat. Trestle tables promoted to benches, a dais dusted with authority. Tallow candles do their level best, puddling light on ink and eyebrows, while the smoke negotiates new leases near the rafters. The rushes underfoot smell like last summer trying to stay relevant. People pack the room with the quiet hum of neighbors who've brought their curiosity and one apple. There is a clerk with a quill sharp enough to cut rumors into ribbons. There is a sergeant with a billhook standing at ease and at warning. There is a judge, technically the bailiff for the Lord's Court, robed, stern, and already making the kind of face that suggests he was born during a sigh. And there is the defendant. A large black pig shuffles forward in a borrowed shirt and a pair of breeches that are doing brave, intimate work. A chain links its collar to a ring in the floor. The animal blinks with the calm of a creature who understands turnips and mud, but not jurisprudence. Its ears make small decisions in response to the crowd. Someone behind you clucks their tongue like a moral commentary. Someone else mutters, "Well, if you dress it like a man," and then runs out of sentence. Modern comparison break. It's like attending a corporate discipline hearing where the accused is the office printer, inexplicably wearing your intern's khakis, and the entire HR department has strong feelings about toner. The clerk reads the charge in a voice that starts out as Latin and gradually admits defeat. According to the custom of the town, a pig that kills a child must be tried and, if found guilty, punished as a warning to pigs, owners, and fate itself. You, who have spent weeks hauling stones and arguing with wind, are now watching a legal system try to teach responsibility to bacon. The judge points a finger, a stern accusatory digit that has probably ended more than one argument over hedges. and addresses the animal as if it has a LinkedIn. "You stand accused of homicide," he intones. The pig watches a candle with grief for all it isn't edible. There is, because some days the Middle Ages contain more plot than we deserve, an advocate. Not always, but often enough to be noticed, someone speaks for the beast. Today it's a notary with compassion wrinkles and a well-used shrug. He clears his throat and begins the only argument available. "My client," he says gently, "is a pig." He gestures to the chain with a flourish you recognize from miracle plays. It goes where it is led. It eats what is placed. It cannot read the bylaws. The hall considers this. Heads tilt like birds hearing thunder. The prosecution is the town itself, embodied by a man whose beard contains several policy positions. He recounts the story in tidy, careful words. A door left open, a toddler in a lane, a sow and her brood with appetites that outran sense. The crowd's murmur turns into an uncomfortable blanket. You think of the pigs you've seen trotting between cottages, useful as walking compost bins, and occasionally as absolute menaces. You think of how law in this century is less about blame and more about making the world behave with visible consequences. If you can't sue fate, you stage manage it. Modern comparison break. It's like when your homeowner association fines the wind because your fence fell over. You can't, but you do something anyway so everyone will feel like gravity has paperwork. The judge nods at precedent. He invokes the custom of Normandy, whose shadow still sits in every parish with opinions, and quotes last generation's rulings like old family recipes. If an animal kills a person, it shall be executed, the owner fined, and the community reminded to close the gate. Sometimes the pig is dressed in human clothes, to underline the human cost, to make the lesson wear a shirt. You look at the pig's shirt, which is doing history right now, and exhale through your nose because laughter isn't appropriate, but humor is oxygen. Let's talk about animals in court. Secular courts try domestic beasts when they cross into human harm. The logic is communal and performative, yes, but also practical. Pigs roam freely through towns. Pigs are strong, smart, and guided by their stomachs. If you didn't make a spectacle of consequence, you might not get doors fixed or habits changed. Elsewhere, ecclesiastical courts will prosecute weevils for vandalizing vineyards and excommunicate rats for disrespecting grain. You can write letters to locusts, it turns out, and sometimes bishops do. Today, the bishop is busy, the bailiff is not. The advocate makes one last appeal, citing dereliction on the part of the owner and the interesting legal status of a pig's intention, which, being mostly carrot-shaped, is weak. He mentions mercy in a tone of voice that has had to mention mercy a lot to mixed results. The judge considers, confers with the jurors, local men whose faces have been in lines since birth, and then delivers the verdict that has been happening since the sow walked into town. Guilty. Sentence. Execution by hanging, which is the standard for pigs who forget that toddlers are not snacks. The owner will pay a fine to remind him that gates are inventions and should be used. The flesh will not be eaten, because that would be unseemly and, frankly, weird, even by the morning's standard. The hall exhales and rearranges into a plan. The servant makes notes. The clerk sands the page with practiced tenderness. A woman dabs her eyes with a sleeve, and you see the reason beneath all the theater. This is grief, wearing a law. Modern comparison break. Sometimes your office has a mandatory meeting to remind everyone not to microwave fish. This is that, but with fewer cubicles and more rope. You drift to the edge of the crowd and stand near the doorway where the air tastes less like candle math. The geese from the yard peep their heads in. Take one look at the pig in trousers and file this under reasons we do not unionize with swine. The mason you met yesterday has come to watch too, hands dusted with lime, eyes thoughtful. Stone remembers, he mutters almost to himself. So does a town. You nod because whatever that means, it sounds exactly right. Someone passes you a cup of small beer. Law requires hydration. And you sip while the clerk recites the date, the names, the penalty. The ink scratches on the parchment like tiny footsteps. Outside, the fog tries the latch and decides to wait. The wind reads the sentence and agrees that doors are important. It's time for a conclusion you didn't plan on. You came expecting absurdity, and got it in a shirt and breeches. But you leave with a quieter thing packed in among your ribs. People here don't pretend the world is fair. They just insist it be witnessed. You adjust your cloak, step back into the courtyard where the geese are rehearsing indignation, and head toward the gate where the rain has decided to be decorative again. Behind you, the hall empties with the slow choreography of chores. The judge removes his stern finger and replaces it with a spoon. The clerk blows on ink until it becomes memory. The pig, unimpressed to the end, looks at a discarded turnip and achieves a moment of perfect focus. You think, not for the first time, that history is a series of meetings where everyone tries to teach cause and effect to reality. Some days, reality wears pants. Chapter 2. The Square Where Consequences Wear Shoes. Let's talk about crowds. You follow the river of people out of the hall and into the market square, where morning has turned into an event. The rain has become gossip, fine, nosy, and everywhere. Cobbles glisten like potatoes at confession. Stalls crouch under damp burlap, their owners half selling, half spectating, wholly delighted to have something to talk about that isn't cheese. The gallows has been assembled like the town's least festive gazebo, a sturdy timber frame, a fresh rope coiled with the primness of a well-combed moustache, and a ladder with professional ambition. The bell in the parish tower gives a few updates to the weather, and then seems to decide the plot is more compelling than the clouds. You edge into a pocket of space between the Onion Man and a barrel that smells like last week's optimism. Someone thrusts a hot oatcake into your hand, on the principle that tragedy goes better with carbs. You take a bite. It tastes like a roof with aspirations. Modern comparison break. It's like waiting for a product launch, if the product were consequences and the keynote speaker were a rope with strong opinions. The procession arrives, not with grandeur but with practicality. The sergeant leads, billhook parked where everyone can see the punctuation. Behind him, the clerk carries the record like a newborn gossip. Then comes the bailiff, stern finger-polished and ready for encore. The advocate trudges with the look of a man who has argued with a door and lost again. And at the center, complete with its borrowed wardrobe and unimpressed soul, comes the defendant, a black pig whose breeches continue their historic act of valiance. Someone has added a cap to the ensemble. It sits on one ear, like a philosophical idea. The pig sniffs the air with the serious concentration of a creature reading the weather in stereo. It can smell straw, fear, old beer, and the barrel of salted herring that has decided to participate by existing loudly. The crowd collects itself into a circle of opinions. Children are shooed toward better angles by parents deploying justice as education. A dog makes an early and ill-advised bid for friendship, is discouraged by the sergeant's eyebrow, and becomes very interested in a nearby sock. You tuck your cloak tight and take stock. Over there, the tanner, arms the color of stories. Next to him, a weaver twisting her apron into narrative loops. A monk, visiting from somewhere with stricter silence, lips pressed into a line that says, "I am observing." A baker holds a tray of loaves warm enough to make moral philosophy smell like crust. The crier steps forward and clears his throat in the key of authority. He reads the sentence again, because ritual is both function and comfort. The words march out. The charge, the verdict, the penalty, the fine, the instruction that the flesh is not to be eaten. Because society has to draw a line somewhere, and today it is here, on this particular cobble. Modern comparison break. It's a municipal TED Talk with a live demonstration, and the takeaway is, shut your gate. You watch the pig's nostrils flutter like comma marks. It is not afraid in the human way. It doesn't know futures. It knows standing and mud appreciation and how to think about a turnip with your full heart. But senses are senses, and the rope smells like sap, and the timber smells like plans. And somewhere underneath, the pig knows that today is different, and not in the direction of lunch. The executioner arrives the way cobwebs do, already there, and yet unnoticed until he moves. No hood, because that's theater for other places. He's a tradesman, with forearms that have held a lot of weight, and a face that has gotten used to having fewer neighbors than friends. He checks the knot with the tenderness of a man adjusting a tool he prefers not to use often, and uses very well when he must. He's chewing something thoughtful, and spits into the dirt with the gravity of punctuation. You think about the logic, how a town teaches itself by showing itself, how a visible line can make invisible lines behave. It is not fairness, it is choreography. It is a reminder written in rope. Keep your doors closed, keep your animals in, keep your toddlers out of lanes with appetites. Modern comparison break. The office stickers that say, "Clean your microwave or else," but designed by a carpenter with access to jurisprudence. A drummer, probably 12, probably thrilled, offers a few beats that would be jaunty if they weren't also immediate. The sergeant leads the pig to the ladder. The pig does not do ladders. The pig does incline planes with skepticism. So two men lift and encourage with grunts and a lot of "there we go," and the breaches perform new acts of heroism. A woman near you murmurs, "Poor creature," and you hear that note again, the grief dressed in law, the sorrow under the spectacle. You look up at the rope, at the sky that can't decide between drizzle and stage fright. A gust flips someone's hood inside out. Pigeons adjust their schedule and achieve loft. The executioner loops the rope and tests the weight with a professional shrug. He glances at the bailiff, who gives the kind of nod that seals jars and fates. Someone, because there is always one, shouts, "Make it a lesson!" which is the thesis statement of the century. The pig blinks slowly, the kind of blink that could mean acceptance, or simply a speck of rain renegotiating an eyelash. If you're waiting for a twist, there isn't one. That's precisely the point. The town has shaped its fear into something it can hold, and now it will put it down where everyone can see. In a century that files cause and effect under needs improvement, this is a very public attempt to staple them together. The rope tightens. The wood creaks in a way that makes the frame sound older than it is. The crowd inhales and becomes one lung. You look away, not because you can't, but because you don't need to. The sentence has already done its work on your habits. Your door will be shut with a brand new fervor tonight. So will your neighbor's. The weaver's apron stops twisting and is smoothed with purpose. The baker looks at his trays like they might become a barricade. The drum stills. The square exhales. People shift in the rain, not hurrying exactly, but leaking away like a bucket that has done its job. Conversations pick back up at a lower volume and a higher pitch. Who left the gate? Who will pay? Who will remember? A cart rattles. A goose, late to everything important, waltzes into the moment and looks offended that there is no bread. You stand there with your oatcake and think about how a town preserves itself with theater, because there aren't enough locks in the world for human habits. You think about the absurd overlay, shirt, breeches, cap, to make the moral legible from the back of the crowd. You think about how grief and order can share a stage without liking each other much. Modern comparison break. It's the warning label on the hairdryer telling you not to bathe with it. Printed in large letters because somebody once did, and now we all have a story. The executioner coils the rope again, neat as a habit. The clerk sans sprinkles the last line, and closes the book with the gentle authority of a librarian shelving thunder. The rain decides it has made its point and takes 5. The gallows stays, as public furniture does, waiting to be a sentence again, or a place for pigeons to practice civil disobedience. You take your leave of the square in the same way you entered. One step, and then another. Part of a town that just taught itself a lesson out loud. Your shoes remember every cobble. Your cloak remembers every drop. Your mind, treacherously modern, files the morning under things to tell yourself when you reach for the latch. And because history cannot resist a final wink, you glance back and see the cap rolling along the stones on a little gust, less a symbol than a hat having a day. You smile, which feels wrong and correct, and head for the alley where the geese stage their union meetings, and the baker's warm air leaks into a puddle. Sometimes a square learns something. Sometimes it just gets wet. Today it does both and calls it justice. Chapter 3. The Tiltyard, where honor has feathers. Let's talk about chivalry's weird cousin. You slip out of the alley where the geese definitely held a vote and definitely cheated, and drift toward the castle green, where a tiltyard has been laid out like a fenced argument. The rain has downgraded to mist and now performs embroidery on your cloak. The ground underfoot is soup that used to be earth. A rail of timbers marks the lists, two long parallel fences whose job is to keep galloping men aimed at consequences. The smell is horses, damp leather, and that metallic breath you get from polished steel that has decided it should be a scent. A nobleman in a suit of plate glides across the mud like a silver wardrobe that learned to walk. His visor is up. His expression is both heroic and bored, the face of someone who has found the end of the chessboard and needs new opponents. Plate creaks softly at his elbows. Oil keeps it dignified. He is jointed like an argument, articulated, deliberate, surprisingly nimble. The gossip around you makes note of his lance rest, the fluting on his vambraces, and the way he sighs in full harness like a bellows auditioning for ennui. He raises a hand. A herald coughs up ceremony. "Behold," the noble declares, "my squire!" From behind a trestle, with all the solemnity of a trumpeted idea, a goose steps out, wearing a tiny polished metal helmet. It's Latin, bright as gossip. A neat leather thong tucks under its chin, because safety is for everyone, even birds with ambitions. The goose's beak is the color of a small, decisive sunset. Its eyes are black pinpricks of strategy. It takes in the crowd, the mud, the human who has made choices, and decides this is its stage. The goose is armored across the chest with a little plate that may once have been a saucepan with dreams. A strip of blue cloth, a caparison if one is generous and also lying a little, flutters like a nautical flag for confusion. The goose honks. The honk contains management skills. Modern comparison break. It's like showing up to your team meeting with a Roomba in a necktie and calling it Vice President Floor Dynamics. You are not ready, and yet you are entirely ready. Something about the day has been building toward this. The crowd forms a loop of disbelief and delight. Children whisper, hand to mouth, in the international language of, "We will remember this forever." A boy with straw in his hair swears he saw a goose with a dagger once, which seems suddenly plausible. The nobleman bows to his avian assistant. The goose bows to no one. A page, whose job has recently diversified, offers the bird a ribbon tied to a small metal gauntlet finger. The goose bites the ribbon, not because it understands, but because it believes in experiments. The noble extends a glove with the sort of courtly gravity men put between themselves and ridiculousness. The glove misses the goose by a century. The goose decides to parade. They circuit the tiltyard together. Night, honk, night, honk. The mud makes a sound like soup, remembering thunder. The tiny helmet catches light and flings it at the faces of people who had hoped for lances and have discovered theatre instead. You can smell the oiled steel of the night and the barnyard honesty of the squire. Together they are a bouquet titled Status and Reality in Gentle Rain. A marshal of the lists clears his throat into authority. "By order of his lordship," he calls, "this is a demonstration," which is medieval for "Please do not die imaginatively today." Blunted lances lean against the rail, their coronels like small crowns that never made it. A farrier laughs into his sleeves, and bets a halfpenny the goose will bite the noble's greave. A monk watches this with the particular stillness of a man who has an opinion and intends to keep it until the day of judgment, maybe longer. The nobleman, perhaps because nobles do this, provides an explanation no one requested. "A squire may be of gentle birth," he says, "or gentle noise." He gestures grandly to his heraldic shield, azure, a goose rampant, beak proper, motto, Honc est bonum. You cannot prove this didn't happen somewhere. You also do not need to. Modern comparison break. It's the LinkedIn profile where someone lists their cat as co-founder at home, endorsed for napping and strategic purring. You consider the goose as employee. Geese are, after all, medieval alarm systems. Monasteries and manor yards kept them because they announce everything. The Romans credited geese with saving their capital once. The Romans credited a lot of things with a lot of things. But the goose has a case. Here, in this brown cathedral of mud, the goose pauses to inspect a knot in the rail, pecks it, and declares the knot redundant. The knight tests his lance. It thuds against a practice quintain, making the target spin like a thought that got dizzy. He moves easily. Plate provides more grace than legend allows. He lifts his visor, smiles at nobody, and performs a flourish to show he can. The goose performs a counter-flourish called standing. "Fetch," the noble commands, gesturing to a dropped strap. The goose fetches a worm. The crowd applauds anyway, because results are results. A steward approaches with a list of ordinances. He is the rain in parchment form. "No sharp points," he recites. "No charges without signal. No animals on the field." He falters, looks at the goose. The goose looks back. Pure legislation. "Unless," the steward amends, "the animal is already wearing a helmet." Modern comparison break. It's HR trying to apply the dress code to a Halloween costume that turns out to be the CFO. You notice how law and spectacle share a spine. Towns regulate tournaments for the same reason they regulate pigs. Chaos looks bad on a ledger. The church grumbled about tournaments for centuries. Souls, sin, and the number of widows a fun afternoon produces. Kings taxed the fun when they couldn't stop it. Meanwhile, in the crowded soup of today, a knight has weaponized boredom and created a parade. Rain tickles the feather edges of the goose's armor. It shakes itself, a small storm shedding a smaller storm. Mud freckles the nobleman's greaves with democratic enthusiasm. A little girl, secure on a barrel, asks if the goose takes oaths. Her father says, "Only to bread." You make a note. Truth, succinct. The knight mounts. The horse, who has seen everything and filled out the reports, accepts this with the long-suffering exhale of an animal paid in oats. The goose marches to the head of the lane. The marshal raises a flag. The knight sets his lance. The crowd leans forward like one person fascinated by bad ideas. The charge is one man against a spinning target, an old game that pretends not to be practice for newer tragedies. The lance thumps the shield, the quintain caroms. The knight rides through cleanly. The crowd makes the sound that coins make when they consider becoming beer. The goose, who has waited precisely long enough to be important, honks at the exact moment the lance strikes. The timing is unassailable. The noble turns in the saddle and salutes his squire, as if strategy just happened on purpose. Modern comparison break. You know when you hit send on an email precisely as your teammate posts the same idea in the chat and you both look brilliant? That, but wetter. Someone's cap flies. A dog barks agreement with the goose's policy positions. The steward underlines something on his parchment that might be "never again" or "every week." You stand there, a human watching a bird wear a hat during a safety-compliant ritual derived from warfare, and you feel the soft weight of the Middle Ages press warmly against your ribs. This is what they do. They shape violence into choreography, and then put a helmet on a goose, so the choreography can be funny. The black pig and its cap were a warning. The goose and its Latin lid are a relief. The demonstration winds down. The knight dismounts with the chime of buckles behaving. He bows to the crowd, to the marshal, and finally, correctly, to the goose. The goose accepts this with a blink that says promotions are possible, but lunch is first. The helmet gleams in a brief handshake of sun, and then dulls again as a cloud's opinion returns. You breathe. You note the absurdity, and the muscle behind it. You think you will never look at a saucepan the same way. And you are correct. Chapter 4. The moment the horse remembers, it's a horse. Let's talk about what happens when choreography remembers it used to be war. The rain redraws itself into finer mist, like the sky has switched to a smaller brush. The crowd exhales into a hush that tastes like wet wool and penny beer. You're still smiling at the saucepan revelation when the day decides it's not done. A flag twitches. A trumpet practices being brass. The knight swings into the saddle again, all hinge and shine, and his destrier, a mountain with opinions, lifts its head to read the air. You catch the glint in the horse's eye, a dark coin rolling across thought. Somewhere down the list, the goose ruffles its blue caparison, which is incidentally also the world's smallest sail. It flaps, just once, a neat metallic fwap that sounds like someone closing the lid on a very determined pot. The horse grows 6 inches taller without moving. Then it moves. Rearing is not a metaphor, it's geometry. Those forelegs punch the cloud line, and the whole animal becomes a cathedral on tiptoe. Mud slips, steel answers. The knight, who has trained 1,000 hours for this not to happen, performs a brief impression of gravity's favorite customer. You hear the soft, expensive thud of man in armor meeting earth. Less crash than firm punctuation. His visor claps shut with the precise politeness of a book ending a chapter on its own. Modern comparison break. It's like ejecting yourself from a Prius while still pretending you're carpooling. The horse lands and pivot springs sideways, a half-ton of shiny terror, the whites of its eyes reading every raindrop as a hostile memorandum. People scatter in that dignified medieval way, leaping backwards while pretending it's a bow. The marshal of the lists drops his baton and discovers new running muscles. The farrier, who has been laughing at everything all afternoon, stops laughing and grows calm in a way that makes your bones trust him. He opens his hands to the air and murmurs the stableman's lullaby, low, flat syllables of oat-based diplomacy. The goose, small, angry, helmeted, becomes velocity. It launches into a flurry the size of ambition. Armor glints, feathers mean business. For one sustained beat, you witness a military-grade bird try to command a panicked charger with the universal language of yelling. The goose aims for the horse's hock, like history is a footnote it intends to edit. Modern comparison break. Picture a furious espresso machine trying to referee a forklift. The knight on the ground is fine in the specific knightly sense of his feelings are bruised, but his ribs are drafted. Armor is not a coffin, it's a wearable door. He rolls, remembers he has joints, and finds his knees with the stubborn grace of a man arguing with physics and winning on a technicality. A pair of squires skids in, boots making that squeak you only get when leather reconsiders mud. You can smell everything now. The sour, sweet breath of the horse, hot with grass and alarm, the iron bloom from wet steel, the marshy honesty of the field. A dog contributes a bark that sounds like the word disagree. The steward flips through his parchment and discovers, with the expression of a man meeting destiny, that the ordinances do not address the present situation at all. He improvises. "By order," he calls, voice wobbling but committed. "No fowl shall engage a destrier without prior consent." The crowd laughs the way a barn laughs, low, grateful, relieved at not being trampled. Children scream the appropriate amount. The monk does not move, but if stillness could shout, he is bellowing about vanity and also geese. You step closer to the rail because you are a human being, and therefore built for curiosity with questionable timing. The farrier eases toward the horse, shoulders turned, eyes down, as though approaching weather. He clicks his tongue in that old beat. The horse's ears flick, one to storm, one to sanctuary. The goose, realizing this moment belongs to professionals, changes tactics and decides to guard the fallen helmet it's decided is an egg. Medieval footnote time. Whispered so your heart rate stays napping. War horses, destriers, were trained for noise and sparkle and pointy neighbors, but they were also living creatures with a low tolerance for surprises that flap. A blunting coronal on a lance is good policy. It does not turn a nervous animal into philosophy. Tournaments were so politely dangerous that kings licensed them like fireworks. In England, you needed royal permission to hold one, and you paid for the privilege, supposedly so the realm could supervise chivalry, actually so the crown could supervise the treasury. The church frowned, then frowned again, then suggested you go on crusade instead, which was an extraordinary bit of spiritual math. Modern comparison break. Your company bans office dodgeball, cites liability, and then signs everyone up for an off-site paintball retreat in the woods because team building. Back in the soup. The knight regains verticality, and checks all his moving parts like a clerk counting coins after a minor earthquake. He lifts his visor and offers the crowd a nod that admits nothing and apologizes for everything. The farrier whispers something into the horse's skin, and the animal's breathing, audible, wetly carved, begins to lengthen. A groom appears with an oat bag, the medieval version of a corporate wellness program. The steward, still high on governance, announces a new rule while the ink is wet and the lesson is fresher. Henceforth, all avian squires shall be tethered to reason. He writes the word reason and underlines it 3 times, which is almost law. You consider how quickly policy follows spectacle. Towns wrote pages about pigs in streets, dogs in markets, and how many bells a night watch should ring when things went sideways. No one authored the chapter on helmeted waterfowl supervising war horses, so the universe did what it always does in this century. It improvised, and people clapped. You notice the banner of a local lord, a cross that seems some weather. The gossip behind you mentions, careful as a cat, that this same lord is planning to take the cross east next spring, if he can get his debts blessed. He will talk about piety and discipline, while his household hosts mock battles for sport, and bets bread on which squire spills first. You file that under things that rhyme with hypocrisy, elbowed gently by the fact that human beings are consistent only in their contradictions. The farrier leads the horse in a slow circle until the ground remembers its ground again. The knight retrieves his lance, now a very shiny broom he will not use until his pulse stops doing interpretive dance. The goose returns from helmet duty and plants itself squarely before the knight with the gravitas of a magistrate whose docket is bread. It honks once, the sound measured and managerial. The crowd answers with applause that is half relief, half encore request. Somewhere a coin changes pockets. Somewhere else a prayer is counted as paid. You relax your shoulders, as if you'd been the one holding the reins. Mud kisses your boots, feather light, in case you forgot where you are. In a century that weaponizes elegance, chaos still holds a minor title. And you, patron of both nap and nonsense, watch as order is restored by a man with calm hands and a bird with a helmet. Finishing thought, filed under "You cannot make this up." The marshal picks up his dropped baton, wipes it on his sleeve, clears his throat, and declares the demonstration a success. The crowd cheers. The horse snorts. The goose steals the marshal's glove and sprints triumphantly into history at exactly 3 miles per hour. Chapter 5. Count Heinrich praises Saint Urban, and physics files a complaint. Let's talk about entrances. The goose disappears with its stolen glove like a tiny tax auditor, and the lists inhale. The gate at the far end yawns open. Out of the wet light waddles a herald with a trumpet that could double as a conversation piece. He sings a scroll into the air. You do not hear the genealogy because the next part is louder. A destrier the size of a decision, proudly transporting Count Heinrich of somewhere with vineyards. He is shining. He is swaying. Both are true. The Count's armor is all gilded confidence and expensive squeaks, every rivet having a better social life than you. His horse, liver chestnut and too clever by half, wears a caparison stitched with grapes, as if to warn everyone in advance what's going on. The pennon at Heinrich's lance flutters a violet hello. The lance itself, blunted with a coronal, 3 little tulip prongs like a polite fork, hangs from his fist as loosely as a conversation he thinks he's winning. His visor is up. His smile is wide. His breath is part confession, part vineyard tour. Sancte Urban, patron of good decisions, he bellows, which is a bold misreading of sainthood. Fill my cup and guard my spleen. He pronounces spleen with cathedral acoustics, finding syllables you didn't know were hiding there. His squires exchange the look of people who have been promised tips in heaven. Modern comparison break. Imagine your colleague arriving at the company softball game on a riding lawnmower, clutching a trophy he hasn't won yet, and shouting, "To HR!" You shift your weight against the rail and feel the day tilt. The crowd ripples. Nobles lean forward. Peasants stand on toes. Dogs re-evaluate loyalty. The marshal of the list squints in the international language of, "Is that wine?" The steward, still flush from inventing the anti-goose statute, quietly tucks his quill out of pecking range and begins drafting an addendum titled, "The Urban Exception." Medieval footnote time, whispered like a secret. Tournament days were feast days in their bones. There were rules, oh yes, rules upon rules. Coronals on lances, swords rebaited, helmets tied, points dulled, and occasionally a sensible barrier down the middle called a tilt, to prevent impromptu marriage between horse and horse. But rules keep company with ale when the purse is fat and the songs are easy. Nobles were admonished to mind honor, which was wine-proof in theory and wine-permeable in practice. Count Heinrich bows at someone who might be a saint and might be the buttery. He aims his horse toward the ready line. The destrier rolls an eye that says, with rich subtext, "I am paid per step." Heinrich adjusts his seat like a man aligning furniture after the floor has become whimsical. His spurs kiss, the horse answers, and you feel that lovely moment when momentum is more suggestion than law. The opposing end of the list manufactures a night out of weather and purpose. He sits straight as a math problem and lowers his visor with the prim efficiency of a drawbridge closing on time. His squire ties the strap that Heinrich absolutely did not remember. His banner shows St. George being very reasonable about a dragon. There is a faint sense of someone having skipped the tasting tent. Sound check. The trumpet remembers its vocation. It braps, a medieval version of go. A drum somewhere performs the heartbeat of a sovereign. The rain has been filing an employee grievance all afternoon and decides to ease off, interested to see how this plays out. And once more, you hear from your own mouth, as if you're the narrator you are. They take the line. Heinrich lifts his lance in a wavy arc, which would be art in a fresco, and is risk in real time. His shield, painted with 3 outrageous clusters of grapes, tilts like a tavern sign in wind. The horse gathers itself, a stairway of muscle under a cathedral of leather, and steps out into a canter that is mostly forward, partly interpretive dance. Modern comparison break. It's like trying to text while carrying a very full punch bowl down a flight of stairs you don't own. The tilt marshal drops his baton, again, and jumps out of the lane, portfolio of dignity fluttering behind him. You notice, with the clinical calm that comes to people who can do nothing, a little wax bead of candle grease still stuck to Heinrich's vambrace from whatever vigil he convinced himself he kept last night. The candle, you suspect, kept vigil over him. They launch. A joust is a story told fast. Hooves drum. Mud rehearses for the ceiling. Lances become intentions. Heinrich sings something Latin that feels approximately like Sancte Urban, take the wheel, which is brave, given that the wheel is a horse. You watch the two helmets grow like moons meeting tides. You hear the air between the lance tips complain. Impact sounds like someone putting a chair through a very polite window. The sensible knight's lance bites Heinrich's shield, glances off the rounded boss, and sprays splinters that glitter like pessimistic confetti. Heinrich's own lance, meanwhile, completes its degree in abstract expressionism, describing a flourish that would earn top marks in any competition where his opponent is 6 feet to the left. Coronels save lives. They do not save pride. Heinrich wobbles. Gravity files paperwork. The destrier, saint unconsulted, banks hard, and Heinrich stays in the saddle by arguing with physics and producing a persuasive bribe in coin called thigh. The crowd gasps in one syllable, then remembers to breathe and spends the air on laughter that is tender, because nothing is funnier than a man nearly not falling. Modern comparison break. Think of a shopping cart with one dramatic wheel that insists on improv. He rights himself, finds his grip, and salutes with the lance in a way that could be threatening if it wasn't a question mark. He shouts, "Blessed be the vine and the other vine," which is botanically confused and spiritually consistent. The other knight lifts his visor, nods once, professional courtesy, and resets for pass 2. Your nose notices everything. The horse sweat is hot and coppery, the way pennies would smell if they worked for hay. The mud gives back the day's weather with interest. Somewhere a meat pie steams like ambition. A friar sighs so loudly it qualifies as commentary. The herald attempts narrative control. "Be it known," he proclaims, "that Count Heinrich rides in honor of Saint Urban, protector of vineyards, and, by extension—" He scans the sky for mercy. "Festivity." The crowd approves. Theology has always had a practical wing. Second pass. Heinrich fixes his eyes on the middle distance, which is a location not currently occupied by his opponent. His destrier, hero of this chapter, threads the needle anyway, straight as scripture. Lances lift, dip, and for a heartbeat everything aligns. Weight, will, would. Contact. Another blossom of splinters. Heinrich's lance finally finds a home on armor, though the coronel kisses more than it argues. The other knight's strike is tidy, authoritative, a note pinned to a cloak. We are done here. They ride through. They circle back. Heinrich raises both gauntlets in a V no one invented yet and calls out, "Sancte Urban! Witness!" The marshal declares the passes honorable and the tally equal in the delicate arithmetic that keeps banquets friendly. Medieval footnote, last one before we nap deeper. Knights did invoke saints before bouts, often St. George for soldiers, St. Maurice for the Empire men, and, on vineyard-heavy afternoons, St. Urban got invited to everything. It's not sacrilege, it's multitasking. Also, a surprising number of ordinances insisted on peace lances, and some towns even regulated the thickness of coronels like they were measuring baguettes. You can't make this up, except you don't have to. The steward, moved by liturgy and litigation, announces a brand new clause. No man shall challenge the lists who cannot correctly name at least one saint not attached to the wine trade. He writes it down, then scratches it out, then sighs into the middle distance, which is very busy today. Heinrich, glowing with the righteousness of not having fallen, rides past you and winks, or maybe blinks with fervor. The destrier flicks an ear at your sleeve as if to say, "Tell them I did this." The trumpet tries to end on a triumphant note and lands gently on a shrug. You exhale, shoulders unhooking, and feel the sleep weight settle in your bones. In a world that insists on staging heroism between lunch and vespers, sometimes the bravest act is staying seated, while calling on a saint known for grapes. And sometimes the horse deserves the laurel, while the rider gets a glass of water and a very quiet bench.
Chapter 6. Brother Anselm, patron of bad seating, meets a lance. Let's talk about the splash zone. You drift along the rail, lulled by rain, steam, and horse breath, when you notice a monk, black habit, neat tonsure like a careful pastry, kneeling just inside the rope line. He is praying into the damp with the urgency of a man placing a last-minute request with the universe. His mouth shapes familiar syllables, Kyrie eleison, while his eyes keep stealing looks at the hooves. He clutches a wooden-boarded psalter so thick it could stop gossip. On the cover, a brass clasp, shaped like a fish, gnaws the air in optimism. This is Brother Anselm of the local abbey, as every village knows, a gentle soul with a talent for gardening, copying marginalia that accidentally look like dragons, and being in the wrong place at impressive times. He has been sent by the prior to shovel blessings over the lists, like holy confetti, and then to return immediately. Do not stop for venison. The Church officially dislikes tournaments. Popes have banned them, councils have harumphed, and a scribe somewhere has written, "Really, please stop," in the margin. Unofficially, people are people, and a monk with a basket for alms may find himself within jogging distance of chivalry. He lowers his head and whispers, "For safety, for the horses, for the squires, for the sturdy fence that is doing theology's work today." He adds a quiet note for spleens, because he has been listening. Modern comparison break. Imagine the office wellness coach standing too close to the espresso machine during a staff meeting, chanting about hydration while the steam wand plots treason. Count Heinrich has circled back, lapsing into a kind of victory orbit that would be more convincing if it were round. The destrier, patient saint of a beast, is cooling, steam lifting off its shoulders like a benediction you can smell. Heinrich lifts his lance to salute, then forgets whether he is saluting the saint, the steward, or the idea of verticality. The coronel glitters. The pennon flaps a grape-coloured apology. And then it happens, the way things do when a story decides it wants a footnote. Heinrich's elbow, accomplice to merriment, loosens in a friendly arc. The lance describes a semicircle grand enough to teach geometry. The squire ducks, the marshal gasps in italics, and Brother Anselm, who has chosen the devotional position nearest the action because faith is brave and depth perception is tricky, looks up, just in time to see Providence approaching at a trot. Impact is not a crash so much as a surprise handshake. The coronel's 3 polite prongs hook the edge of Anselm's psalter and the thick wool of his scapula. There is the hollow thunk of oak boards meeting enthusiastic metal. In an instant, the monk is gently, undeniably attached to the rail, book and habit stapled to timber, as if shelved by a librarian with strong opinions about filing. He is not hurt. He is, however, occupied. His face arranges itself into the universal expression of "this is not what I meant," a blend of shocked, annoyed, and resigned that only the deeply spiritual and the underpaid can achieve. His lips continue the prayer without missing a beat, because once you've started a Kyrie, you finish it. His left sandal has lost interest in being fully on his foot. The crowd inhales all at once, the way a town inhales when a cake falls. The destrier freezes, ears pricked, performing the moral mathematics of, "Was this my fault?" Heinrich, to his credit, realizes immediately that something monk-shaped has gone slightly wrong. He reins back, almost gracefully, and stares at the rail with the seriousness of a man who has just discovered consequences. Modern comparison break. It's like trying to put away an umbrella and accidentally clicking it into your co-worker's cardigan. You're both fine. The cardigan is unhappy. You are closest. Your hands act before your brain has asked for a plan. You step to the rail, say "pax," because Latin is useful, and cradle the monk's sleeve away from the prongs as if disentangling ivy from a fence. The squire arrives with the speed of a man who has practiced apologies. Together, with a little gentle wrestling and a firm suggestion to the lance to consider retirement, you ease the coronel back through wool and wood, then untuck the book. The brass clasp has a new opinion about grapes. Brother Anselm stands, dignity rearranged but present. He smooths his habit, which has acquired an expressive ventilation, and regards Heinrich with the flat oceanic gaze of someone deciding whether to add a special intention to Vespers. He clears his throat. "In future," he says, voice mild as a wet cat, "let your prayers fly straighter than your lance." The crowd, which understands a good line when it hears one, bubbles into soft laughter. Even the steward smiles with his eyebrows, then, unable to help himself, begins drafting. Clause the next. All clergy to observe a 5L buffer from active lances. Exceptions, none. Appendices, hymn recommendations for the startled. The trumpet attempts dignity, gives up, and decides to act like a woodwind. Historians whisper because we are kind. Coronels were invented exactly to prevent disasters like this from becoming tragedies. Those little blunt tulips spread the force, and thick oak psalters were medieval hardbacks, ash or beech boards, leather-wrapped, heavy enough to do battle with time and careless elbows. Today, an expensive book has paid its tithe in physics, and Brother Anselm will be writing Ex Libris, saved by Saint Bookbinder, in the front matter. Heinrich lowers the lance as if surrendering it to adulthood. He removes his glove, places hand over heart, and bows from the waist. "Brother," he says, sober for the length of a sentence, "forgive my exuberance. Saint Urban will hear of it." The saint, if reachable, is already crafting a gentle lecture titled On Moderation and Railings. Brother Anselm inclines his head. "I shall inform Saint Benedict as well," he replies, "who prefers walls unpunctured." The marshal clears his throat in a way that suggests both procedure and gratitude. "A brief recess," he declares, attempting to stack dignity like plates. "Adjustments to positions. Adjustments to habits." He gestures monks inward, lances outward. Physics everywhere. Modern comparison break. This is the medieval version of adding the little yellow cones around a spill, except the spill is enthusiasm, and the cones are monks reconsidering their life choices. You breathe, and the world returns to softness. The rain has completely surrendered now, content to shimmer on helm and hood. The noise drains back to a warm murmur, the gossip of capes, the chuckle of dogs, the whisper of straw underfoot. The smell of beeswax from Anselm's little travel candle fights a noble duel with wet leather and roasted onions. Somewhere, a child practices knighthood with a stick and a turnip that has tragically volunteered as a dragon. Brother Anselm takes a step back, 2 steps actually, because he is a fast learner, and resumes his prayers with the calm of a man who has updated his risk assessment. He opens the psalter. A neat, round hole glows in the first wooden board, a perfect little window through which you can glimpse Psalm 27. "The Lord is the strength of my life." The scribe who penned it would have appreciated the visual aid. As you settle your elbows on the rail again, slightly farther from the line, you are also a fast learner. You feel the comfortable weight of sleep tug at your thoughts. In a century that invented rules for everything from bread length to saint selection, there is still room for the occasional monk to be pinned to a fence by faith, literature, and someone else's afternoon. You can't make this up. Fortunately, you don't have to. Chapter 7. The Loaf Collar of Cheapside. Justice. Let's talk about bread. By the time the rain has decided to be mist instead of mood, you drift from the lists to London, where rules are thicker than porridge, and enforced with a kind of administrative passion that could curdle milk. Cheapside wakes around you, hoofbeats on damp cobbles, a bell at St. Mary le Bow ringing like a polite alarm clock for the entire city, eel sellers singing their inventory as if holding auditions, and everywhere the warm, persuasive smell of ovens, doing theology with wheat. You ease into the market's flow, shoulder to shoulder with felt hats and damp cloaks. Baskets brush your legs. A fishmonger, heroic in scale and opinion, declares that his cod is as fresh as creation. A chandler's stall exhales tallow so earnestly it could grease a conscience. Above it all, a town crier clears his throat like a trombone and shouts a list of prices that begin, as always, with wheat. This is the assize of bread and ale doing laps. The rule is simple in the way cathedrals are simple. The price of a loaf depends on the price of grain. The weight of a loaf is not a vibe, it's a number, and bakers who improvise meet wood, water, or both. Bakers for short weight visit the pillory, or if life has a sense of humor, the cart that tips you into the Thames. Brewers with too thin ale get the tumbril as a cold reminder of quality control. It's Consumer Protection Medieval Edition, with a strong emphasis on spectacle. Modern comparison break. Imagine the Department of Weights and Measures, Yelp, and a parade all rolled into one, except instead of a stern email, you get accessorized with carbs in front of your neighbors. Ahead, you find today's lesson in retail ethics. A wooden construction stands like a contrite wardrobe, the pillory, though, as always, half the crowd calls it the stocks, because if a thing immobilizes you in public, distinctions feel academic. In it, a baker. His cap sits askew, a flour-dusted flag of surrender. Around his neck dangles a large, perfectly round loaf, pierced by a cord with a decorative ring braided from dough, like a crown that forgot where it was supposed to be. It's funny, until you notice how carefully it's arranged. A visual aid to the charge of short weight. A reminder that in London even shame is well presented. He blinks flour out of his lashes. He looks like a man who valued circumference over grams. The ward constable reads the charge again for the latecomers. Underweight loaves, sold at the price of 12 when the Guildhall scale said 11.5, and taps the city-stamped weights with a knuckle to prove everyone's not just doing this for fun. The official weights shine, neat little metal truths. You sidle closer, and the smell of the loaf is, unhelpfully, excellent. The crust is singing in that tiny, crackly way crusts do when they cool. The braided ring is glossy with egg wash. Someone in the crowd sighs, in hunger, and then remembers they're at a morality play. "Could be worse," murmurs a woman, balancing a basket of leeks. "My cousin brewed mead so thin you could see your future through it. He met the river twice in a week." The baker attempts a smile that only reaches one cheek. "I can explain," he offers, which is historically a brave thing to say in a market. "The price of wheat rose like an archangel. The scales were tired. My apprentice sneezed at the wrong moment." A boy in the crowd, beanpole thin and wearing ambition like a shirt, calls, "Should have given a baker's dozen." The words ripple into chuckles. It's honest advice. Lots of bakers toss in an extra roll or two to stay on the sunny side of the assize. Errors happen. Hedging happens more. Modern comparison break. It's the medieval equivalent of sending a follow-up "so sorry" email with a coupon code before customer support escalates to pillory. You listen to the crier's cadence and feel the ancient logic underneath. Bread is life, and life gets rules. The assize has tables, real ones, penned in headache ink, matching wheat prices to loaf weights, so precise it would make a modern spreadsheet sit up straighter. Bakers are supposed to check the Guildhall's posted prices each week and adjust their dough like honest citizens of gluten. The worshipful company of bakers, or whatever version of it is presently breathing, wants its members to survive, ideally with fingers and reputation attached. The baker's wife, practical in a shawl that could double as a small sail, stands by with a basket of actual regulation loaves. She offers samples at cost, a marketing campaign born of survival. "Touch them," she says, to anyone who dares. "Honest weight. The man's pride is round loaves, not round lies." Her voice is steady, in that way someone's voice gets when their entire week depends on it behaving. You take a regulation loaf. It's heavier than it looks, dense in a way that suggests breakfast will respect you. The barkers around you nod. Londoners understand weight, the way sailors understand wind. You hand it back. She pries it into halves with a practiced twist and sells both in heartbeats. A clerk from the Guildhall arrives, ink-stained and smug in a way you only get from having memorized tables. He inspects the collar loaf, lifts a brow at its artistry, and drops it onto a scale. The plate sinks less than the chart says it should. He doesn't gloat out loud. It is implied. By the city's ordinance, he says, and there is shared relief in how uncreative this moment is, an hour in the pillory and forfeiture of loaves baked this morning. The crowd exhales in the slow satisfaction of a familiar recipe. 1 hour. Enough to teach, not enough to ruin. The baker's shoulders soften. You can see him calculating the cost in wheat and dignity, and deciding which hurts more this week. A butcher, bored between customers, leans
On his block. "You know," he stage whispers, "if they punished us this way, I'd be wearing a collar of sausages. Frankly, I'd enjoy it." Modern comparison break. This is basically being forced to wear your mistake as jewelry, while your competitors hand out coupons 3 feet away. Influencer marketing, 14th century edition. Time slides kindly. A psalm from a passing choir boy floats through, silver and thin as a thread. The hour bends toward done. When the constable lifts the top board and the baker rolls his neck with the grateful creak of a door that has seen things, the crowd does not boo. London isn't heartless. It just adores rules and a good story. A few customers step forward, coins ready. The baker meets them with the solemnity of a man who will be triple-checking his weights until Judgment Day. He turns to his wife. "Half of tomorrow's batch a hair heavier," he says quietly, "and 1 extra for every dozen." You consider the ingenuity of a city that discovered the make good centuries before customer service scripts. You watch the baker slip the braided ring back into his basket, not wasting the flourish. The loaf collar will feed someone he knows. Even shame is recyclable here. As you drift away, a new notice goes up at the corner, the ink still damp. A revised table for wheat. Of course it does. London never sleeps. It merely recalculates. You pass under the sound of Bow bells, in a city where even bread has footnotes, and those footnotes have punishments. It is all strangely soothing. In a world of squishy truths, the weight of a loaf is a solid thing, and the rules, blunt, public, imperfect, are trying to keep dinner honest. You glance back. The baker, free now, is selling. The crown of braided dough sits in the basket, like a small, edible lesson. It catches the light and pretends to be a halo. Close enough. Chapter 8. The Great Silence, now with percussion. Let's talk about silence. You drift from Cheapside's Bell and Bargain Opera to a place that worships hush. The road tilts into countryside. The city's whetstones give way to hedgerows, then to a low bell that does not shout prices, but hours. One last owl opinion later, you arrive. A Benedictine abbey, squared against the dark like a patient thought. Lanterns blink along the cloister walk, each flame cupped as though the wind might gossip. It's late, after Compline. The great silence has begun. In Benedictine math, this means that from now until morning, the only noises permitted are praying, breathing, and your joints negotiating with the cold.
Stone pillars hold up the night. The garth, the small square of grass in the cloister's center, gleams with dew. Wax breathes softly from a few candles left burning for navigation, while somewhere a brother's sandals whisper past like a polite ghost. You move under the arches. The air is the temperature of good intentions. Your fingers brush the wall and come away with a chalky chill. Here, sound happens in fractions, a tiny drip from the rainspout, an owl trying to be mysterious and overshooting into theatrical, the soft fabric rasp of habits as a pair of novices slink around the corner with all the subtlety of well-meaning kittens. You spot them by their posture, guilty, electric. Two young monks, faces moon-pale in the lamplight, eyes bright with a plan that the rule of Saint Benedict would file under no, and again no. They are supposed to be asleep in the dormitory, snoring in neat medieval rows, preparing for the night office of matins. Instead, they've smuggled a bit of the outside world into the cloister, because of course they have. Youth is a smuggling operation. The taller one is humming, barely there, in a key ancient enough to be a relative. The smaller one coughs delicately and seems very invested in folding his sleeves over something the size of a small loaf. It is not bread. It is a little drum, a tabor, tucked against his ribs like a contraband heartbeat. He pats it through the wool. Tap, pause, tap, tap. The rhythm is shy and scandalized, like it knows it shouldn't be here, but refuses to leave. Modern comparison break. What they're doing is the medieval equivalent of listening to a catchy pop chorus on your earbuds in a library, except your earbuds are a drum, and your librarian is God. They pick a bench in the darkest run of the cloister and sit as if about to discuss the Psalms. The hum floats up again, a thread of melody stitched from a tavern tune, one of those survivors carried by peddlers and ploughmen and any young monk who had a life before he discovered the thrilling joys of milking at sunrise. It's the kind of song about ale and rent and moonlight that lodges in your skull and will not pay for winter fuel. The drummer nods and taps the pulse under his robe, careful to keep the sound like moth. Wings. You feel the whole abbey listening, because stone listens. The rule says laughter should be avoided. The rule also knows that trying to avoid laughter is a reliable way to find it. The humming brother leans in and adds a second note above his own, tentative harmony, the perfect fourth, walking hand in hand with the perfect fifth. It's organum in larval form, a tiny two-part rebellion that would make a choirmaster snap a quill and also, privately, smile. They are not fools. They press their backs to the wall, so the sound pushes forward into the empty garth instead of backward into the dormitory. They watch for the circator, the official night walker whose job is to patrol the cloister and hand out pennants like party favors. Every rustle becomes a circator. Every lamp flicker grows eyes. Tap, hum, tap, tap. The rhythm shifts, quickens, softens again. The drummer is careful, a student of wool acoustics. He angles the drum against his chest, so the cloth eats the high notes and leaves only the whisper of a beat, like an argument 2 rooms over. Modern comparison break. It's like trying to microwave popcorn at 2 a.m. and stopping the machine 1 second before every kernel explodes to avoid waking the entire house. You sit with them in this plotted mischief, and realize what you're actually hearing. A tension older than both of them. The monastery clings to plain chant, cleansing and serious, a single line moving through time the way a river moves. Outside, polyphony is waking up, in cathedrals and on street corners, voices stacking like a well-organized sandwich. These two are a hinge. They don't know it. They just know the tavern tune scratches an itch the Kyrie never reaches. The humming one, emboldened, threads a sly little syncopation into the line, a hiccup of pleasure. The drummer pats back a reply. They both freeze. Footsteps. The circator appears at the far end of the walk, a silhouette belonging to a man who has catalogued every excuse on the continent. He pauses. The novices melt into composure so violently they might sprain it. The humming brother drops into an expression that says, "I have been silently meditating on mortality all evening." The drummer folds his hands in prayer, which has the bonus feature of also hiding the beater. The circator's lantern halo crawls along the wall. You could hear a whisker fall. He comes close enough for you to see the equation running behind his eyes. Two novices, awake, not whispering, suspiciously devout. He sniffs. Beeswax and a faint hint of sheep. No crime, technically. He prefers technicalities. He moves on, the lantern bobbing away until its light is only a friendly rumour. Exhale. You can taste their relief like mint. They do not high-five. They are Benedictines. Instead, the drummer taps his robe twice, a code. The humming brother answers with a little glide to the leading tone, and you catch the grin he tries to swallow. They risk 10 more seconds of harmony, the notes settling into one of those intervals that make stone purr. Historically accurate aside, instruments in the liturgy? No. Benedictine worship is voices alone. Dancing? Save it for heaven. Night is for prayer. And yet, music is a very persuasive heretic. It finds you in the refectory when the reader hits a particularly good cadence. It finds you in the scriptorium when quills scrape a backbeat on vellum. It finds you in the cloister when your hands are idle and your heart isn't. Modern comparison break. Bringing a drum into the great silence is like bringing a glitter cannon to a board meeting. You might get away with one puff. After that, everyone sparkles, and you are haunting HR. Their conspiracy winds down on a soft cadence that would absolutely not pass theological review. They sit with the echo until even the echo is obedient again. The drummer tucks the little tabor deeper, where it becomes for legal purposes part of his rib cage. The humming brother rolls his shoulders back into monk shape. You imagine tomorrow. The same two voices in choir after matins, clean and pure as snowmelt, sliding through the antiphons. Perhaps, at some point, one of them will open a vowel a shade wider than usual on an eleison, and the other will drift above him a perfect fifth just for a heartbeat. No one will mind. It will feel like sunlight fell into the music and decided to stay. They rise and pad away, becoming again the quiet the abbey demands. You sit a moment longer, while the garth reclaims the last of their daring. In a city where bread has footnotes, and markets punish with tastefully arranged shame, the abbey has its own ordinances, enforced with lanterns and eyebrows. People always invent rules. People always invent end runs around them. You can't make this up. Even in the great silence there is a backbeat. If you keep it under your robe and play it like a secret.
Chapter 9. The Case of the Tipsy Carp. Let's talk about ponds. Dawn rinses the cloister out of your ears. You step from the great silence into the not-so-great muttering of an estate yard, where roosters audition for Judgment Day, and a small dog has urgent opinions about your ankles. The manor house yawns open, timber, plaster, a halo of kitchen steam, and beyond it lies the Lord's Pride, a neat rectangle of water edged with rushes and certainty. A fish pond. A stew, to use the period word, which sounds delicious until you remember it means live fish storage with extra mud. The surface shivers. Carp roll like coins, bronze and smug. But today they are not smug. Today they zigzag like they've been given bad news, and 3 espressos. Enter Lord Humphrey of Catterick, wrapped in fur-lined indignation and pointing as if the pond has personally betrayed him. His finger could be a sundial. It tells you the hour is, someone will pay. Ale, he declares, in the tone of a man delivering a diagnosis and a sermon. The villagers have poured ale into my fish. You breathe in. The morning smells of damp rush, old barley, and the faint metallic tang of a complaint warming to room temperature. The bailiff stands at Humphrey's shoulder, face neutral in the practiced way of a man who pays rent in patience. The reeve hovers with a slate. The pond-keeper, keeper of stews, worries his cap like a rosary that owes him money. Modern comparison break. This is the medieval version of a homeowners association emergency about someone watering their lawn with craft IPA. There are rules. They involve fines. Also, hedges. You are, through a combination of curiosity and poor decision-making, close enough to see the carp's mouths. They are making little O's at the surface. Gulp, gulp. The water near the reeds threads with bubbles. The pond-keeper whispers, "They're not drunk, my lord. They're gasping. Warm night. Low air." He says air, as if it's a rationed luxury sold by the thimble. Lord Humphrey rounds on the nearest villager, who wasn't nearest a moment ago, but has been relocated by fate and an unwise ability to make eye contact. "Confess, who has fermented my fish?" he demands, as if carbonation is a felony. To be fair, in the 13th century, Parliament did grumble about destroyers of fish ponds, and the habit of breaking banks or poaching with nets too fine was treated with the same energy you and your neighbors reserve for mailbox vandalism. Fish are winter meat with scales. They are also status. You do not mess with the water that keeps Fridays edible. You lean in over the bank. The water laps green and thick, the pond's floor a quilt of silt and carpy secrets. You feel heat rising with the sun. Carp are hardy. They put up with a lot: mud, monks, and melodies of kitchen slops.
They also demand oxygen, which ponds don't always share. Imagine a medieval office party with too many bodies and not enough windows. That, but with fins. "Summon the ale taster," Humphrey orders, as if the ale taster's jurisdiction extends to aquatic beverages. In the parish, an ale taster is a real person, appointed to judge quality and price, because if there's one thing England cares about in perpetuity, it's making sure you get the pint you were promised. He tests brew, not ponds, but job descriptions in the 15th century are suggestions, not handcuffs. The ale taster arrives, looks at the pond, looks at his life, and sighs. He dips a cup, sips, and briefly meets his ancestors. "This is pond," he says professionally. "If there is ale in it, it has become a monk." Translation: whatever barley you smell is imagination, algae, or the kitchen's habit of rinsing a mash tub too close to the drain ditch. In fairness, kitchens are geography problems with knives. You catalog the suspects. The brewer's boy, who yesterday sampled quality control until he mislaid it, swears on St. Arnold that he has never poured anything into anything on purpose. The pond keeper admits to feeding bran to the fish, which could explain the grainish perfume, but not the choreography. The kitchen swears they only dump ash, which the pond keeper forbids because ash changes water like a new drummer changes a band. Sometimes, in hard years, desperate folk will sprinkle crushed herbs, spurge perhaps, upstream, to stupefy fish into an easy catch. That is a crime with shape and teeth. Ale, by contrast, is bread you can drink. It is not a piscatorial warhead, especially not small ale, the mild daily stuff that keeps bodies hydrated and spirits just north of despair. Modern comparison break. Accusing the village of intoxicating carp with small ale is like accusing someone of hacking your Wi-Fi with a scented candle. In theory, there's an interaction. In practice, please drink some water and sit down. You watch the carp. They thrash, but there is a rhythm to it, the wild arithmetic of spawning. Carp, romantic in their own algae-forward way, go a bit operatic in late spring and summer. They chase and splash, bump reeds, and work the shallows like they've lost a bet with gravity. It looks chaotic. It is biology with jazz. "Sir," the pond keeper hazards, "they're rising to spawn. They do run like this." Run is fish talk for behave like underslept toddlers. Lord Humphrey is not mollified. He gestures at the villagers, arranged on the grass like an edible tense. "And yet," he says, because lords love a good "and yet," the assize of bread and ale forbids false measures. If there is ale in my stew, someone's measure has wandered. You could explain that the assize exists to keep prices honest and prevent taverners from redefining pint as philosophical concept. You could mention that manorial courts delight in hauling in brewers for weak ale, mismeasured pottles, and keeping late hours on holy days. The court, roll on the Reeves slate, reads like a sitcom. Trespass by geese. Illegal hedge height, measured in outrage. Failure to practice archery on Sunday. A scuffle over communal ovens. Pouring ale into fish. New episode, same energy. The village priest, who's been pretending to be a shrub, clears his throat. He suggests a blessing. The pond keeper suggests a sluice. The bailiff, who genuinely likes solutions, nods to the lower board. Draw off a little, sir. Let fresh water in from the leat, more air. The reeve hates it. It means work. The carp will adore it. It means living. Humphrey considers. His finger lowers. He is a man of appetites, but not cruelty. He wants fish on Fridays and a story to tell at dinner about how he defended them from barley-based treachery. He waves his hand. Men heave the board. Water presses forward, glad for cross-country. The carp take deeper breaths in the fishy way. The frantic line in their movement softens into normal, insulted carp, which look like late-night philosophy professors even on happy days. "Very well," Humphrey pronounces, switching from thunder to weather. "Proclamation. No ale within 20 paces of my stew. If ale must be poured, pour it into cups, or else into me." The villagers bow in a wave. The brewer's boy dies audibly of relief. The ale-taster redeems his morning by inspecting a nearby cask for morale reasons. Historically accurate aside, fish ponds are the medieval pantry's patience. They feed fast days, lots of them, and they signal rank the way a driveway full of shiny horses might. Monasteries perfect the art. Nobles copy eagerly. Ponds go with dovecotes, rabbit warrens, warrened forests, and the reassuring feeling that you own your protein. People pass laws because people like predictability, and ponds do not like surprises. The sluice clacks shut. The pond settles into a slow breath. Lord Humphrey departs, cloak tugging the air like a small storm. The villagers dissolve into the workday, which contains less intrigue and more hoeing than anyone has advertised. You linger a moment with the pond keeper, who breaks bread into a fan of crumbs and tosses it. The carp arrive, orderly as bells, and sip. You can't make this up. The quickest way to calm a lord is to give his fish a little more oxygen and his ego a little proclamation. Also, to keep your ale where it belongs, which in this century, as in yours, is not in the carp. It's in the cup, and occasionally, diplomatically, in the Lord.
Chapter 10. The Bell That Forgot About Gravity. Let's talk about bells. You leave Lord Humphrey's pond behind. Carp pacified, proclamation issued, everyone heroically pretending that oxygen was a moral victory, and cross an invisible channel to a little French town where roofs lean like gossipers and the church square wakes up with the market. The air is busy. It smells like bread steam, damp wool, and the lemony smash of bruised quince. A cart creaks past, stacked with pears that have big plans for their afternoon. Somewhere, a dog invents a new form of barking. The church looms with that confident stone posture that says, "I have outlived 5 priests, 12 fashions in hats, and 3 forms of taxation." You hear the bell up there in the tower, limbering its metal. Bells don't just ring in the Middle Ages. They run the calendar. They tell you when to pray, when to stop selling turnips, when a fire eats a roof, when a prince is born, when the curfew, couvre-feu, tucks the town in like a stern ant. They are bronze clocks with opinions, cast from a cocktail of copper and tin and civic pride. They often have names and godparents, because why not baptize the thing that announces baptisms? Today's bell is Saint Marguerite. She has a temper like thunder and a waistline the size of a cow. Up in the belfry, Johann the sacristan tugs the rope with the spiritual dedication of a man who thinks knots are sacraments. The beam hums. The headstock, Sturdy oak treated with optimism groans. Two ringers add their bodies to the pull, because this is a bell that likes to be courted. The tower's wooden floor, which has been eating worms for breakfast since St. Louis, considers the situation. The situation decides itself. There is a noise like a choir falling downstairs, followed by one perfect, majestic gong that contains every decision you've ever regretted. The bell drops through the belfry floor in a shower of dust and splinters, pauses meaningfully at the next landing as if reading a note, then continues its pilgrimage. Gong! A puff of ancient pigeon. Gong! A flustered saint on a painted panel loses a halo. Gong! You look up just in time to see Saint Marguerite kiss daylight, wobble, and roll down the church steps with the gravitas of a crowned log. People fling themselves left and right. A goose chooses flight. The bell has spotted a destination. A fruit cart parked with sinful proximity to the porch. Pear meat physics. The cart collapses like a theological argument under inspection. Pears burst in soft sighs. Apples announce themselves. Plums experience conversion into jam. The bell settles in the wreckage with a dignified tilt, half buried, humming faintly like a contented beehive. A ring of townspeople forms at what they believe is a safe distance. They stand with hands on hips in the universal human posture of, I am not responsible, but I can certainly comment. Modern comparison break. This is the medieval version of your office printer ejecting its entire life onto the floor, then sitting there as everyone forms a circle and says, huh, while one person insists they did nothing differently than yesterday. You approach, because of course you do. The bell smells like warm metal and candle soot. Fruit perfume climbs your throat. It's as if a pastry decided to become air. Etiennette, owner of the late cart, stares at her former inventory the way one stares at a relationship that exploded without first sending a letter. She holds up a single surviving pear. It is shaped like hope. Well, she says, at least Saint Marguerite has good taste. The priest arrives in a hurry that looks like dignity at a sprint. He crosses himself at the bell in the new position, then again at the crowd, just in case. Bells are near sacred. They have been sprinkled, named, and given godparents with pockets. The priest knows that to touch her without ceremony is bad optics. The beadle knows it too, and is already inventing a cordon using his voice. Stand back, he intones in his important hat. By order of common sense. Jaham the sacristan appears coated in sawdust, eyes wider than liturgical vessels. He is doing the internal math of blame, which in every century is a long division of duty, negligence, and who was watching. The beam, he says softly. The beam was old. Everyone nods. Everything is old. The town is a museum built before the concept of museums. Wood ages like saints, gracefully, then suddenly not. A mason kneels to examine the step where the bell made a brief, crunchy acquaintance. He mutters about mortar. The ringers debate whether the rope had a sulking spirit inside it, as ropes do. A child pokes a plum. A pig, spiritually drawn to the smell of festival, volunteers to help with cleanup and is gently discouraged by 3 people at once. Above you, the hole in the belfry is a round blue sermon on gravity. The legal mind of the town, who in this case is just a baker who reads charters for fun, clears his throat.
He reminds everyone that the bishop once forbade market stalls on the church porch because traffic and blasphemy are a risky mix. Etiennette points out reasonably that the porch moved into her. Modern comparison break. It's like getting a parking ticket because the city painted the curb red while your car was still white and innocent. You assess the damage. The bell looks intact. Bronze is stubborn. Unless cracked, she can be hauled up, refitted with a headstock less ambitious and a floor less metaphorical. The fruit cart is now a community bowl. Townspeople begin what townspeople do best, repurposing catastrophe into snack. Someone fetches trenchers, someone else fetches spoons. A woman drizzles honey over the bell-side compote with the solemnity of a saint's feast. Etiennette charges nothing, because when Providence cooks, you don't haggle. Historically accurate aside, bells in medieval France could weigh
a ton or more. They were cast by travelling founders who poured liquid fire into earth moulds, then tuned by ear and prayer. A bell fall is not common, but it is a known tale. Rot, beetle, neglect, a storm's shove. Parish accounts occasionally mention "for new bell" in the same casual script as "for candles" and "for mending the cope the geese ate." The town will pass the hat. The bell will rise again. She always does. Solutions present themselves like monks at vespers. The carpenter proposes new joists, oak-seasoned, paid in installments and absolutions. The priest proposes a blessing to reassure anyone who reads omens too literally. The beadle proposes a proclamation: no carts within 20 paces of the porch, apparently today's fashionable unit of safety. Etiennette proposes that next time the church ring the bell from the ground, as ground has proven steady. She is outvoted by physics. You run your palm over the bell's lip. It's warm still, singing quietly to your skin. Bells hold sound like bread holds heat. You can feel the town's heart in it. The weddings, the funerals, the daily stop kneading and kneel beat. You imagine her hauled up on the double tackle, men chanting, women watching with folded arms, the priest tapping her flank with a mallet and hearing that true note. There's a French word for the alarm bell, tocsin, that tastes like tin and thunder. Today the alarm rang for pears. And the hypocrisy you were promised? You clock the priest taking a second spoon of plum, eyes closed in piety. You note the beadle confiscating a particularly luscious pear for evidence. You are in a century where everyone has rules, and everyone is a little bit hungry. That includes bells. By late afternoon, the bell is slung on rollers. The cart's remains are a story, and children lick their wrists like tiny cats. Etiennette leans on a broom that has opinions about sticky. The priest raises a hand for quiet. We shall repair what is broken, he says, and be grateful nothing living was harmed. He eyes the pig. The pig eyes the honey. A compromise, as always, is reached. You can't make this up. The town's most sacred sound took a short holiday, flattened a fruit stand, and fed everyone dessert. Tomorrow they'll measure 20 paces. Today they measure out spoons.
Chapter 11. Father Rodrigo and the Waxy Blade. You leave the French pears behind, sticky with theology.
and drift south over mountains that smell like goat opinions and hot stone. The air dries into a clean crackle, the vowels lengthen, the sun becomes a management style. You step into Spain, late 12th century, when saints ride in saddlebags and laws have more exceptions than a royal diet. Let's talk about dueling. The field is the color of old bread. Low thyme bushes exhale a peppery sigh every time your foot disturbs their thoughts. Cicadas tick like petty accountants. A warm wind licks dust from the path and salts it lightly with the scent of olives. On a shallow ridge, two figures face each other like illustrations in a moral lesson the author forgot to finish. One is a knight in full mail, visor slit narrowed to the expression, "I am correct about everything." The other is a priest in black robes, cincture tied with the kind of knot you learn from a monk who actually enjoys knots. His name is Father Rodrigo. He is holding a sword. There is still candle wax on the blade. It is not theatrical wax. It is literal wax, pale and pearly, stippled along the fuller like a saint with a runny nose. You can smell it when the wind turns, beeswax and faint incense, a little honeyed, the perfume of a church at vespers. The sword is nicked from honest work and less honest storage. The pommel bears a dent shaped suspiciously like a candlestick base. This is what happens when the sacristy doubles as an armory, because budgets, even in the Middle Ages, are a long apology. You arrive at the moment after the dramatic part, which is, honestly, the best time to arrive. The knight's sword is on the ground, ringing a thin, offended chime. His gauntlet is open, fingers flexing in that universal language of, "I am very surprised by events." Father Rodrigo stands with his blade low, the way a bishop might hold a reprimand. Firm, polite, not done. Technically, this duel shouldn't exist. The Church likes peace. It likes it so much it invented a schedule for it. Peace of God, truce of God, no fighting, near churches, in fields, on holy days, or on weekdays ending in moral consideration. Also, a strongly worded memo about clergy not shedding blood, which everyone interprets with the kind of enthusiasm usually reserved for warranty fine print. Hence, the legendary blunt weapon loophole, where a mace doesn't shed anything, it merely rearranges. Father Rodrigo has, you notice, chosen a sword. The wax, he will later argue, makes it pastoral. Modern comparison break. This is like your HR department banning office arguments, then your manager starting a spirited discussion in the break room, with a whiteboard marker still in his hand. Technically, he's facilitating. The knight exhales through the visor like a kettle deciding to be reasonable. He is heavy with mail, thick with leather, padded with linen, and lightly dusted with pride. You smell iron and vinegar, the way armor greets sweat. The priest is all bone and resolve, the way theology greets breakfast. His boots are dusty, his robe hem has collected enough burrs to open an herbarium. "Señor," Father Rodrigo says gently, voice like cooled wine, "you are disarmed." "I slipped," says the knight, which is very brave of him, because he slipped on a moral question. "You slipped," agrees the priest, "on wax." Here is how this happened, because the field keeps its secrets, but you do not have to. The knight had ridden into the village with a letter of challenge, a formal riepto in everything but spelling. I assert you owe me land, apology, and a narrative in which I am the hero. The accused man, a miller with strong arms and stronger opinions about grain tolls, named a champion. The champion was late. The priest was present. The priest had opinions about staging judicial spectacles within sight of the church porch. He also had a sword recently used to adjust an obstinate candle during Corpus Christi, and you know how wax gets everywhere. Hence, a forbidden duel whose most scandalous detail is sticky. Historically accurate aside, trial by combat in Iberia existed, if unevenly, popping up in charters like a weed you think you recognized. Bishops frowned. Kings tolerated. Councils wrote rules with quills that squeaked disapproval. By Rodrigo's century, the church was increasingly allergic to God being used like a courtroom vending machine. "Let the Lord decide with a sword," said some. "Let the Lord decide with witnesses, please," said canon lawyers who had met swords. The fight itself looked like two schools of thought meeting on a windy day. The night advanced with the confidence of someone who believes weight equals destiny. Father Rodrigo sidestepped with the nimble caution of a man who has moved candle flames away from lace. There was a clash, a scrape, a slide. Wax met steel, met sun. The knight's blade skittered down and off like a fish refusing the net. The priest's pommel nudged, courteous as a doorman, and the gauntlet opened without consulting its owner. The sword dropped. Gravity, having had a good week, nodded. Everyone standing around, because there are always spectators at the intersection of law and entertainment, made the little "oh" noise people make when someone almost trips on your office carpet, but turns it into a stretch. A couple of villagers crossed themselves, possibly at the wax. A woman whispered, "It's the blessed kind." Modern comparison break. Blessed beeswax on a weapon is medieval Teflon. Did you just create the first liturgical non-stick coating? Call it Sanctiglide, not approved by any council, but recommended by frustrated sacristans everywhere. What does a priest do after winning a duel he shouldn't be in? He breathes out slowly, like a man cooling soup. He lowers the sword with both hands, no flourish, just control. He looks at the knight, not as an enemy, but as an appointment. "Confession?" he offers, and somehow it is not sarcasm. The knight hesitates. Behind the visor you can feel the arithmetic, public shame weighed against private relief, doctrines weighed against wrists that still buzz from impact. He kneels, not dramatically, just because standing feels complicated. The field smells of time and hot metal, and the human experience of reconsideration. You didn't think contrition had a scent. It does. It smells like dust after a breeze. Father Rodrigo hears him briefly. Sins are the same in every century. Anger, pride, bargaining with God like he's a bailiff. The penance is simple. Return what is not yours. Keep your arguments out of sight of altars. And because Rodrigo is practical, light a candle for the person you challenged, and try, this time, not to drip. If you're keeping score on hypocrisy, you'll enjoy this. A warrior sworn to codes tried to find justice by force. A priest, sworn away from force, used it to stop him. Both leave the field more lawful than they arrived. Welcome to the Middle Ages, where the rules are firm and the loopholes are devotional. By late afternoon, the night squire retrieves the fallen blade with the air of someone collecting a lesson. Villagers disperse in that unhurried way that says chores do not ban themselves. Father Rodrigo wipes the sword with a clean cloth, which is to say, a piece of linen that used to be cleaner. The wax shines just a little in the sun. He will scrape it off later, or perhaps he won't. It is a souvenir. It is plausible deniability. It is also excellent at preventing rust. You can't make this up. Sometimes peace arrives wearing a cassock, carrying a sticky sword, and speaking in a voice that could bless or scold. And sometimes the only thing between a field and a feud is beeswax. Chapter 12. Hands and the Catastrophic Whistle. Let's talk about roads. You leave Spain behind, like a finished anecdote, and float north over vineyards arranged like tidy stanzas, over abbeys that look like serious thoughts, over the slate roofs and pine breath of the German hills. The air cools and gets more organized. Rivers write slow silver sentences through valleys. Bells from a far-off village practice for evening. It is the 13th century in the Holy Roman Empire, where every hill has a lord, every lord has a cousin who is also a lord, and every bridge collects a fee to fund its hobbies. The road is a bruised ribbon of ruts and patience. You can smell wet earth, hoof sweat, and a nervous hint of tar where someone recently patched a plank. Ahead, a wooden bridge hunches over a river the color of pewter tea. It is not a romantic bridge, it is a practical bridge, a line of stout beams creaking with purpose. There is a token rail on one side, if you define rail as somebody's best attempt. The bridge-keeper has a hut where he counts coins with the care of a man who knows how quickly coins turn into rumors. A little sign, hand-cut, says something that translates to "Walk your wheels if you want your wheels," which is a very medieval way of saying, "Please, slow down." From the bend in the road comes a lord's four-wheeled wagon. Don't picture a Renaissance coach. This is more bench and planks on hope, painted in cheerful red and black to frighten mud. A pair of well-fed horses bob their heads, manes braided with ribbons that say, in horsish handwriting, "Expensive." The driver, whose job title is basically reins and responsibility, sits high and squints ahead with the professional worry of a man who gets blamed for physics. You hear it before you see him. A whistle. Not a gentle whistle. Not a pastoral meadow-curated whistle. This is a warbling iron filing cabinet of a whistle, a one-man pipe organ that has opinions about volume. It ricochets off timber, skims the river, jolts the birds out of their linear notes. It is somehow both very high and inexplicably large. The tune is enthusiastic, the kind of melody that would be a hit if you were a goat. Enter hands.
Shepherd by trade, lung capacity by legend. He is a long outline of a man in a woolen cloak that used to be a colour but now is field. His staff is taller than his good intentions. He is on the far bank doing what shepherds do, not being where the sheep are, smug that this time they won't notice. He purses his lips like a blacksmith preparing a blade, inhales, and lets out another phrase of the song that has gotten him banned from 3 taverns and 1 wedding. It's a tune meant for moving sheep. It moves everything else. The horse's ears go up so fast they're practically punctuation. They flinch, then choose panic, because panic always answers first. The driver hauls on the reins, leather rasping, that quiet tear sound of overtaxed straps. Wagon lurches left. The right wheel lifts an inch of optimism. The bridge complains in the language of lumber. Planks slap, pegs groan. The river below sucks its teeth. The nobleman inside, plush hat, many rings, the smell of clove that means he pays for spices and doesn't mind who knows, makes the aristocratic of a person who expected the world to be flatter. His clerk clutches a box of documents with the desperation of someone who has hand-copied them twice and has no further hands. Hans freezes. Then, disastrously, he does the opposite of helpful and tries to soothe the horses by whistling more, because this has worked on sheep, and, in fairness, sheep have simpler hobbies. Modern comparison break. You know when your smoke alarm goes off and you soothe it by waving a towel while also burning yourself. That, but with more hooves. The driver yanks again. The horses plant, then hop sideways, then discover that sideways is where the bridge isn't. One wheel slips. Time stretches like taffy. There is a wooden skitter, a carriage groan, a noble oath that rhymes in middle-high German with everything unfortunate. And then the world decides to become wetter. You always imagine disasters as thunderclaps. This one is a careful, clattering tumble. The wagon tips with a dignity that might almost be graceful if it weren't accompanied by the sound of expensive wood meeting humble water. The nobleman and his clerk become horizontal, then diagonal, then questions. The horses, still hitched, kick and swat the air, and suddenly the river has 2 additional, very upset, very decorative inhabitants. Cold. You feel the cold through your own ribs. Rivers in these parts are fed by mountain logic. The water slaps the breath out of anyone who presumes to exist in it. The horses thrash, eyes white, haunches writing panicked notes on the surface. The driver is already off the seat, already slashing at traces with the neat efficiency of a man who practices disasters on purpose. Hans wades before he thinks, cloak ballooning, staff held like a banister for God. The whistle is gone. In its place little grunts of effort, the wet syllables of a person who knows what life feels like when it tries to leave. He gets to the near horse's head, palm on the muzzle, voice low and long. He hums now, not whistles, low as a bell under snow. The horse hears the tone more than the words, blows out a stream of river like a punctuation mark, and stops trying to invent flight. On the bank, villagers have arrived with that medieval velocity that comes from being bored and nearby. Someone throws a rope, someone else throws advice. The bridge-keeper, calculating how this will look on his report, offers a poll, and an opinion about how this has never happened before, except once, and that was because of a swan. The nobleman surfaces like a decorative seal, sputters,
and clings to the side of the wagon, which is now auditioning as a small barge. His hat escapes and
sails off toward Cologne, a dignified refugee.
The clerk pushes the document box above his head, because scribes are the kind of people who, mid-drowning, remember the hours they spent on the letters G. Modern comparison break. This is the medieval version of losing your laptop into a bathtub and saving, heroically, the external hard drive. You move without moving. In that way you do here. You smell wet oak and horsehide, spearmint crushed under boots, the metal of river stones. You hear rope hiss, men count, women shout, a child giggle because the nobleman made a noise like a frog. You taste adrenaline that is not strictly speaking yours. They get the horses free first. Priority, because life, yes, and also because hooves are opinions with edges. The animals scramble up the bank, shake themselves into weather, and stand with their heads low, the way creatures apologize without a language. The driver sits down hard and begins the quiet tremoring that happens after you have finished being brave. As for the Lord, he is hauled out with enough dignity to cover next week. He coughs, spits, and pronounces an assessment of Hans that would peel paint if paint had been invented here in this price range. The clerk gently introduces the concept of gratitude while clutching the rescued box like a small saint. Hans, soaked and shivering and suddenly aware he may have done several crimes with his face, stares at the river and tries to look like someone else. Historical aside, you are waiting for the law to leap in with a clause about whistling. There isn't one. Town statutes list tumult, affray, reckless driving of carts, and the eternally useful nuisance, but nothing about mouth music. The bridge toll, Bruckenzoll, has rules about weights and axles, and maybe pigs, but not about shepherds auditioning for woodwinds. Still, the reeve can and will make a note. Medieval law, specific where you don't expect it. Interpretive dance where you do. The villagers nod at one another, unified by the ancient custom of pretending nothing happened if everyone survived. The bridge-keeper scratches a tally on his post, today's catastrophe, and again at his door, today's miracle. The nobleman, cooling rapidly, declares Hans fined, then unfined, then hired to walk ahead of his wagon next time, humming in a key approved by the horses. You breathe again. The river resumes its sentence. Somewhere, a cuckoo tries out 2 notes and gets both of them right. Hans brings out his cloak, water falling in strings like notes undone. He checks his flock, which has cleverly remained where the good grass is, and where whistles aren't. He looks at you, which is to say, at nothing, and shrugs with a grin that says his greatest talents are accidental. You can't make this up. A noble spends a fortune to arrive in style, and the single most powerful force on the road turns out to be a shepherd with lungs.
Chapter 13. The Carpenter Who Forgot Clothes. Let's talk about walls. You drift east from the accident-prone bridge and find Prague rising out of the Vltava like a crown someone dropped and never quite recovered. Spires prick the soft afternoon. Bells blink the hour in bronze. The river is a slow sheet of pewter moving through a city that has decided to specialize in silhouettes. Baking bread exhales from ovens. Wet stone keeps yesterday's rain in its pockets. The air tastes faintly of lime and fish, and the kind of politics that wear velvet. The wall is a long, sensible thought in sandstone, crenels like tidy teeth. Scaffolds of timber run along it, a vertical maze of wedges, pegs, and courage. Mortar slumps in pails. A mason hums. A gull adjudicates nothing. Somewhere a guild official counts seconds until a rule is broken. And then there is Merrick. You see him because, how could you not? He is the only element of the fortification not fortified. He is nude, yes, in the classical tradition, if classical means forgot there were rules. He wears a sunburn like a small cloak. Sawdust has decided to be a hat. He stands on a plank 3 stories up, a hammer in his hand, and an expression that says frankly, this joist is about to meet its destiny. He is the most confident person in Bohemia. It's not even close. His hammering is steady, heart-like. Thunk, thunk. The wood answers in that deep, agreeable bass that means 2 pieces have decided to be 1 piece forever. Lime dust floats in small ghosts around his shins. Sweat maps polite rivulets down a back that could be used to plane timber. He has the purposeful oblivion of a man doing math with wood. Angles, lengths, the 1,000 small decisions of a city that intends to stand through winters, taxes, and cousins. Modern comparison break. Imagine your neighbor power washing his deck in nothing but enthusiasm. Now place him over a main road, on a weekday, during rush hour, while the city's entire PR department walks by. Down on the street, the world parts like bread. The royal procession arrives in a soundscape of hooves, trumpets, silk whisper, and that rolling thunder of people pretending they always walk this gracefully. Pages in red and black, men-at-arms polished to a degree that must have insulted several pastures, a canopy on poles, silk deep as wine, borne over a woman who knows how the canopy looks and allows it anyway. Queen Barbara of Chile is not fragile. You can feel it even at a distance. She sits very upright, a stern geometry of lace and calculation. The late rumors that will call her a poisoner are lazy. She is, scandalously enough, literate in power, and very good at keeping track. She wears rings like punctuation. Her eyes take inventory. Under the silk, the Order of the Dragon bites its tail in gold thread. She has read the city's face before it knows it has one, and then she looks up. There is a pause in the procession so small you might miss it if you were not currently everyone. Trumpets hold a note and reconsider. A page stares and remembers 10 commandments in an exciting new 8½ form. A priest coughs himself into the relative safety of the alley. 2 ladies in waiting assume the permanent study of their own sleeves. Up on the scaffold, Marek does not look down. He plants a nail, takes a breath, and gives the city a clean, ringing strike. The nail goes home with a little gasp. The plank settles. Work continues because work is the religion that keeps roof overhead and opinion out of dinner. You think surely someone will intervene, and someone does. A sergeant with a halberd trots along the base of the wall and vanishes into the belly of a stair. His armor chirps against itself. You can hear his internal monologue. How does one even write up a ticket for the absence of pants? He emerges onto the scaffold in a gust of leather and good intentions, and discovers there is no bureaucratic training for this angle of conversation. Medieval HR, first draft. He clears his throat. He pitches his voice low and official and tries heroically to make nudity administrative. Master Marek, he begins, while looking at a sensible, neutral cloud. The Queen.
Marek glances down, grins and waves. It is a full-body wave. Two nuns down on the street decide the Vltava is fascinating and will from now on be their entire hobby. To be fair to Marek, there is logic here. Lime, which keeps stones married, eats cloth like a moth with ambition. Lime rations holes into trousers, and the holes become conversations, and the conversations become fines. A man can preserve his clothes or his dignity, and clothes cost money. Besides, bathhouses blur the line between skin and scandal most evenings in this city. Prague is a place where you can discuss theology over steam. He has chosen efficiency over etiquette, and on a Tuesday most people would agree. Today is not most people. Today is a canopy and dragon brocade, and all the important cousins trying to look like statues exist for someone else. Historical aside, town statutes in Prague are very clear about many things. How wide your cart may be, where to dump your ash, which pigs have passports, and elegantly vague about others. Shameful nakedness appears in Latin, wrinkling its nose, with fines attached that depend alarmingly on whether anyone important had to look away. Bathhouses are permitted. Processions are sacrosanct. Naked carpentry over the coronation route, that's going to be a meeting. Queen Barbara makes a small gesture. The bearers tilt the canopy lower, a medieval version of minimizing the window. She says nothing you can hear. She does not need to. She has the face of someone who has survived councils, crusades that aren't called crusades, and being married to a man who thinks maps are a personality. A carpenter? Fine. A naked carpenter? Also fine. Somewhere else, at a time convenient to the realm. Up above, the sergeant advances with something like a blanket in his hands, wool, the colour of compromise. Marek hammers twice more, the way you finish a sentence even when interrupted, and accepts the blanket like a man given a medal for punctuality. He wraps his waist with all the ceremony of a picnic. The crowd breathes. A trumpet finds its key again. Lever creaks. Civilization resumes. Modern comparison break. It's the moment it finally pushes a dress code update after Dave from accounting started doing Zooms from his sauna. Everyone adjusts. The server stays up. We pretend it was always the rule. As the procession restarts, gossip starts faster. Someone mentions Barbara's rumoured alchemy, because powerful women must always be witches if they also do math. Someone else says, this is what comes of Hussites and their ideas, which is an exciting leap across an ideological canyon. A blacksmith swears he saw worse in Kutna Hora during mint repairs. The city becomes itself, deeply practical, a little scandalized, not about to lose a whole afternoon over a single well-ventilated artisan. The sergeant, now functioning as a mobile curtain, escorts Marek to a quieter quadrant of the scaffold for a conversation about trousers, fines, and the innovative concept of a smock. Marek listens, nods, and points to the bean that is indisputably straighter than it was an hour ago. He is fined 3 Prague groschen, the going rate for surprising a monarchy,
and given a municipal tunic that has seen things and does not deserve more. Barbara's litter rolls on, silk sighing. She has kingdoms to triangulate, alliances to rotate, and a lifetime appointment as the person everyone blames in retrospect. She does not look back. You stand with the wall a while, feeling the sun, the tick of cooling iron, the dry whisper of lime. The city exhales. A gull laughs in gull. Marek ties off the borrowed tunic with a bit of rope, tests a plank with his heel, and goes back to the thing that holds cities together, fixing what keeps weather out and people in. You can't make this up. The safest place in Prague this morning was behind a parapet built by the least dressed man in it.
Chapter 14. The Rooster Who Broke Labor Law. Let's talk about justice. You drift west, away from Prague's scaffolds and velvet politics, gliding over fields that knit themselves into Switzerland with the kind of tidy confidence that happens when mountains do the border work for you. The Rhine writes its name in steel blue ink. Basel rises with its red sandstone smile, the Munster shouldering up out of the old earthquake's memory, its twin spires scratching at a gentle sky. The Spallantor blinks politely as traders shuffle in with bales of cloth and news about a duke who is always too bold by half. You duck into a hall where justice smells like beeswax, damp wool and paperwork. Benches creak under a serious crowd. Candles let out that sweet, fat sigh that tallow always sighs. A scribe hones a goose quill, which is immediately awkward given the defendant. Because there, in a small wooden cage, set upon a stool like a very polite bomb, is a rooster. Bewildered, bright-eyed, comb slightly listing to port, formally charged with unnatural production. You are not making this up. The rooster, a civilian, has allegedly laid an egg. You take your place at the back, cloak around your shoulders, breath frosting in the corners. The judge, fur in measured moderation, clears his throat in the international language of, "We shall now pretend everything about this moment is normal." A bailiff reads from a parchment. Words like "against nature," "public danger," and "suspicion of basilisk." The crowd murmurs in vowels. Somewhere, a printer's apprentice sneaks a look. Movable type is all the rage, but a movable defendant with feathers beats any pamphlet. Modern comparison break. This is a cross between jury duty and that meeting where IT announces the company has been hacked by your toaster. Everyone agrees it's serious. No one understands how we got here. The only fully calm participant is the one who technically caused the panic, and he is a rooster. You lean in, because Basel, 1474, is complicated on a good day. The Burgundian wars mutter in the distance. Guilds keep time as much as the clock does. City fathers like their laws the way they like their bread, firm, square, and reproducible. People here make paper, and once you begin making paper, you need things to write on it.
Minutes, for instance, of the legal proceeding where a chicken faces the state. The scribe begins recording, the goose quill rasping. Somewhere in the ink is a minor coup. Geese helping gift-wrap the destiny of fowl. The stationery community is eating itself. The charge is as old as rumour and as sharp as fear. A rooster's egg is not an egg at all, but a future calamity. Leave it to a toad to brood it under dung. Give it time, heat, and malice, and out comes a basilisk, cockatrice if you prefer, capable of killing with a look, a breath, or the sheer rudeness of its existence. It is the medieval equivalent of a data breach, hypothetical until it is not, catastrophic when it is, and absolutely everyone's fault in retrospect. You look at the rooster. He looks back with that bead-black dinosaur eye that has never once contemplated a myth. He makes a soft sound like a cork, thinking about becoming useful. The alleged egg, small, pale, suspiciously smooth, rests on a cushion with the solemnity of a relic that did not ask for this. An alderman peers at it as if it might wink. Someone crosses themselves. Someone else crosses themselves twice, just to cover the optional modes. To be fair to everyone, there are reasons for the panic. Cock eggs, people say with lowered voices, can appear without a proper yolk. Tiny wind eggs laid by hens being young or confused, and then found in places where hens simply do not go. It's a short leap from mystery egg to male bird did this, and a shorter leap from there to summon the law. Fear likes brisk walking. The judge asks if anyone will speak for the accused. The hall considers the theological implications of representing poultry. In some towns, pigs get lawyers, rats get sternly worded letters, and weevils get excommunicated. Today the rooster gets the charitable silence of people who would prefer a quick resolution and a hot lunch. A Dominican coughs softly and explains, with the mild enthusiasm of a professional, that mercy is infinite, and also that prudence is a Christian virtue. He suggests the court burn the egg, and possibly the bird, not out of cruelty, but as a public health measure for the soul. Modern comparison break. It's the safety recall where the company tells you to unplug your vacuum because it may transform into a dragon if left near the radiator. Will your vacuum actually become a dragon? Probably not. Will you unplug it anyway? Immediately. And then you will never plug it in again without thinking of smoke alarms. You can hear outside sounds. A bell marking the hour. A cart iron-mouthing the cobbles. The river turning itself with a steady, enormous grace. Inside, a decision gathers like snow. The judge nods. The court sentences the egg to fire. The rooster, too, on the grounds that evidence should arrive neither alone nor late. The executioner, who looks like a man hired to be both terrifying and useful, accepts the job with a face that says he has opinions about all of you, and also about poultry supply chains. You follow the procession because this is, for Basel, theatre and prophylaxis at once. People file out into the city's pale afternoon. The Munster looks on with Gothic patience. Making a careful space around catastrophe, citizens fold into a circle. The pyre is small, brisk, and already thinking like a sermon. You stand near a cooper who smells of toasted oak, and a spice merchant whose cloak insists today is clove day. A child asks if the rooster will come back as a horse. The child is reassured with the general principle of no. The wind picks up, twirling a ribbon of smoke into a flourish. Here is the strangeness. The executioner is gentle. He murmurs as if to a skittish dog. He places the egg with the tenderness reserved for porcelain or prophecy. Then the rooster, wrapped in a cloth that has escorted worse. The spark becomes flame. A hush sits down on the square and stays. You think about the real culprit, a small egg misplaced, a physiology misunderstood, an entire city casting a net over a rumor because rumor comes with pictures. If you could mail them a message, you'd send the notes about wind eggs, about hens who wear rooster suits after an ovary retires, about the way truth walks to town while fear owns a horse. But your post office is a long-looking river, and your present is this moment, warm and grim.
Modern comparison break. It's like deleting your entire inbox because one email from Prince Basilisk of Crypto made it through the filter. Excessive? Yes. Satisfying? Also yes. Does your inbox feel safer? For about a week, absolutely. The flames do what flames do. Make context, then ash. The crowd exhales in that communal way people do when they have agreed they are safer now, even if safer is mostly a ritual swallowing a story. Someone praises Basil's vigilance. Someone else says, God guards the city that guards itself. The executioner scatters a little sand, professional to the end. Later, you will walk the Rhine's edge and watch barges move like thoughts you are not done thinking. Printing shops will knock out psalters and pamphlets. One will inevitably mention today's glory in the fight against monsters. A goose will lose another feather to a scribe determined to record the exact temperature of this panic. And you, wrapped against a chill that is part weather and part philosophy, will admit the odd comfort of institutions doing something, even if the something is a bonfire lit under breakfast. You can't make this up. Basil once convicted an omelet ingredient and felt the city got safer.
Chapter 15. The Night the Boots Learned to Walk. Let's talk about footwear. You slip south, over passes that have taught whole empires to breathe slowly. The Alps exhale you into valleys that sip olives and arguments. The air warms. The Arno unspools like a ribbon you are politely not allowed to tug. Florence rises, lanterns pinned to stone, shadows stitched with iron, while Giotto's campanile counts the night in patient, bell-shaped breaths. You drift along Via dei Calzaiuoli, where leather dreams of feet, and shop signs creak like they're remembering better weather. Somewhere a cobbler snores with the dignity of a man who has stitched pride into strangers' arches all day. The moon pours itself over a courtyard, silver finding seams in the Pietra Serena. 3 house servants, cloaks hunched high, hold a horn-paneled lantern at a skittish angle, as if light might catch cold. They point in the universal language of absolutely not. Because across the cobbles, click, 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 to a music you cannot hear, walks a pair of boots, fine leather, long, ridiculous points, the kind that announce you are either fashion-forward or have lost an argument with a bird's beak. No ankles, no calves, no person, just boots, marching, turning, pausing, as though about to bow. You stand very still. The night watch is 2 streets over, telling one another the same story every night in voices that never fully believe it. A cat leaves the tanner's lane smelling like the solution to 6 different problems, 3 of them illegal.
A breath of warm animal air lifts and settles. The boots keep time. Little aristocrats with hollow bones. Modern comparison break. It's your Roomba deciding it prefers salsa and launching into a neat little box step while you clutch your mug of chamomile and evaluate the warranty. You are not drunk. The universe is simply beta testing its sense of humor near you. Here's what your nose knows before your eyes are ready to hear it. Leather oil and old urine from the tanners by Santa Croce. Beeswax, the ghost of rosemary from dinner in a room where steam met prayer. Someone has rubbed the boots with a glove's worth of tallow. They shine like ambition. They are poulains by attitude, if not by passport. Florentine shoemakers call them beaked or pointed. And the points, because gravity wins arguments, are stiffened with moss or leather cord, and sometimes tied to the knee with a thin chain so your knees can volunteer as babysitters. Fashion is work. The servants whisper, fear curdling into rumor. Strega, one breathes. Witch. No, another argues, because rank has privileges. A saint, she says more hopefully, inventing a new patron for footwear in real time. The third settles on sumptuary fine, which in this town is spiritually equivalent to being haunted. Florence writes laws the way bakers dust flour, freely, everywhere, on whatever is near. The points of your shoes may not exceed a certain length, say the statutes, unless you are a noble, in which case they may exceed that length by a length known only to nobles. The city is determined to regulate your swagger to a measurable percentage. The boots click again. You edge closer, because nothing calms the mind like poking the universe with a stick. A whisper of movement at the edge of the courtyard. Up on the sill of a second-floor window, a boy's elbow retreats, the way elbows do when they've remembered they're attached to wages. A glint of catgut catches moonlight, thin, nearly invisible. A string musicians know, surgeons will one day swear by, and cobblers respect because it keeps its nerve in a knot. The line descends to a loop sewn delicately through the boot tips. You smile into your cloak. The Arte dei Calzolai, the Cobblers' Guild, has apprentices, and apprentices have boredom and string. Combined with a quiet street, one fashionable pair left to dry too near the threshold, and a very low opinion of bedtime, and you get a moonlit demonstration of why the city has laws about the length of your toes. Modern comparison break. This is guerrilla marketing meets street theater. It's the medieval A-B test. Do customers prefer shoes that stay on the shelf, or shoes that appear to have hopes and dreams? Early reports suggest moving merchandise moves merchandise. The servants do not know about marketing theory. They know about employers. Boots walking on their own is the sort of story that invites you to fetch someone important. Because in Florence, the truly terrifying things are social. They confer in whispers. One argues for an exorcism. One argues for the watch. The third argues for pretending this did not happen and letting the boots go wherever boots go when they have completed whatever unholy errands boots complete. You feel the hum of the city's nervous system, a curfew that exists more as philosophy than fence, a law that says no velvet for you unless you are taxed, titled, or indifferent to fines. Preachers who compare extravagant shoes to daggers nailed to your feet, wounding humility with every step. Earlier this week, a friar used an entire sermon to drag toe length by name. He suggested points so long you must tie them to your knees were proof that pride needed house training. The boots turn in a tidy half-circle and execute what can only be described as a polite promenade. The click is clean. The catgut twitches, invisible unless you know where to look. The apprentice, face now visible, composed in the serious mask of children doing crimes, works his wrist like a lute player. His little audience shuffles backwards, forward, then backward again, a chorus of indecision. You drift to the doorframe and watch the gears of cause and effect settle into place. The cat leaps up onto the bench beneath the boots, because cats are eternal and rules are not. The claws catch the point of one shoe. This introduces a new system of physics. The boot kicks. Cat surprises itself into a movement that can really only be described as an editorial, and the apprentice gasps and jerks the line. The boots topple together into something like a bow, and everyone, including you, lets out a tiny, ridiculous sound that means, "Of course." A shutter swings open across the street. A neighbor's silhouette forms the outline of every city's most powerful office, the informant who doesn't need sleep. "You'll earn a fine," she says down into the night, the way people talk through centuries. "Not for sorcery," she adds, "for advertising after hours." The city is tidy when it wants to be. You take a step closer to the leather and see the stitchwork, tight, regular, done by a hand that thinks in straight lines. The long points are packed as they should be, with something that keeps their dignity congruent. If worn, they'd be laced to the knee for safety, which would also tether your pride quite literally to your anatomy. Fashion is a leash you volunteer to hold. Modern comparison break. Imagine your sneakers so elite they require user agreements and a carabiner to your thigh. By wearing this shoe, you acknowledge the risk of falling into the river, emotional distance from peasants, and fines. Up above, the apprentice withdraws, slowly, like he's leaving a scene in reverse, which, in a way, he is. The cat loses interest with the grace of a duchess and slips away, an ink blot edited out. The servants look at each other in that there is no paperwork for this way. They agree aloud that they saw nothing, which in Florence means they have added an interesting memory to the stockpot of gossip. You lean against the warm stone and listen to the city take another breath. The boots, fully mortal now, are just boots, overlong, slightly scuffed at the toe from their career in theater, destined to crack eventually unless coddled with oil and flattery. Tomorrow, someone will buy them because movement sells the idea of movement. And walking in circles is still walking if the circle is pleasing. You can't make this up. Florence once tried to legislate the length of your shoes, and caught instead a small boy puppeteering a brand strategy by moonlight. Chapter 16. The Cow That Cried at Mass. Let's talk about belief. You leave Florence behind like a rumor that did its best, and head northwest, over hills that fold and refold, like someone trying to put a fitted sheet back on the century. The air cools. The wine loses vowels and gains backbone. Your feet find a lane that was born a goat path and never fully recovered. When the church bell yelps noon in a miserly little village of timber ribs and thatch caps,
You arrive in time to see the miracle everyone has decided to be very calm about. A farmer stands beside his cow, a red and white lady with the posture of a mother who has seen some things. She is tethered just outside the low, Romanesque porch, because the doorway is a medieval size, designed for saints and knees, and she is a cow. The nave is dim, cool, and stuffed with smoke. The priest is mid-sermon, chewing his consonants like tough bread. Incense licks out into the doorway, mingling with a concept of weather that is mostly mud. You catch the hymn in the leaving and entering of breath. Kyrie eleison, have mercy. We brought the cow. Sorry. And then the cow's left eye glistens. A tear, honest and round as a pearl that forgot its manners, collects, swells, and very deliberately lets go, tracking down her fur like a modest river. The farmer, who is already aware of his own good fortune, and has been standing the way men stand next to winning carts, lifts both hands in a gesture that translates across languages as, "Behold." The lane inhales. News travels. It grows legs, shoes, and opinions. Pilgrims appear with the speed of people who have been trained by years of rumors to recognize an opportunity for grace, novelty, or both. They are a living catalogue of destinations. Cockle shells from St. James at Compostela. Tin badges stamped with the keys of St. Peter from Chartres. One person with a crude little pewter face of Saint Denis you sincerely hope is not a political statement. A woman presses a strip of linen to the cow's cheek, and then her own, the way you touch the hem of a story. Modern comparison break. It's like your neighbor's toddler sneezed into a napkin that happens to say limited edition, and suddenly everyone wants one. This is the medieval drop. No one knows if it will restock. The priest clears his throat in that exact timbre clergymen use when they are trying to be pastoral and hearing coins rattle. He is learned in the cautious way parish priests are, which is to say, he has read a bishop's letter or 10 about superstitio, and the proper handling of anything that bleeds into the miraculous without filling out its forms. He emerges into the porch, eyes the crowd, eyes the cow, and then looks at you, because you are looking like a person who will understand irony. Brothers, sisters, he begins, in a tone that suggests he has made peace with being ignored today. Animals do not receive doctrine. He gestures toward the door, toward the dark navy.
Pool of the nave.
Grace is not a draught through which we drive our herds. The farmer nods, which is peasant for I will nod until you are done and then continue, because I have hay and hopes and 10% going to the church regardless. His wife has already set up a stool with a basket of blessed, let's call them, neighboring handkerchiefs. Suggested donation, she says to no one, which is everyone. The cow blinks again, another specific tear, like an encore that only needs one person to request it. The crowd murmurs in many dialects of why not? Someone claims it's St. Ambrose's feast, close enough to a saint's day if you squint across the calendar and don't let numbers oppress you. Someone else says the cow is responding to the priest's story about charity, and if that isn't the first time in weeks the word charity has made money, then you'll eat your hat, which is technically your hood and technically damp. You catalogue the smells, warm hide and cold earth, the peppery bite of incense gone exploring, wool cloaks that remember last winter better than anyone does. A fly lands on the cow's eyelid, long enough to be plausible as a cause, and long enough not to matter anymore. For the crowd, a cause is a courtesy, a miracle is a mood. Modern comparison break. It's your office's mandatory training video making you cry, and everyone choosing to believe it's because you have become a better person, not because the air conditioning keeps attacking your corneas. The priest tries the law next. No selling. He enunciates it like a commandment the congregation forgot to carve. No relics that have not been examined. He says examined like it's a sacrament, which often it is. The bishop in the nearest big town has opinions about new shrines. There are procedures. You can't just put a halo on a cow and call it Thursday. To his credit, he doesn't swat anyone. He doesn't need to. He signals the clerk, a young man with ink on his fingers, and the tolerant despair of a person who knows he will be washing this day off his soul for a week, and says, "Fetch the archdeacon," which is the ecclesiastical equivalent of calling in a manager who has a ledger and a patience that expires. Meanwhile, the village shifts into its other profession. Hospitality is an instinct as much as an economy. Someone drags a bench out. Someone else produces thin ale and thick bread. A boy appears with a tray of wooden pins quickly whittled to resemble a tear, which takes skill and optimism. A woman with a laugh like flour dusted over it starts a chant, soft, unthreatening, the kind of chant that could double as a lullaby or a sales pitch. The road sends more feet. Coins patiently make friends. You stand near the cow and the farmer nods at you like you're in on it, even if you're not. "She's always been a sensitive animal," he says, as if talking about a niece who writes poetry. He tells you, unprompted, that she once lowed for a full hour when the cat fell off the thatch. He mentions that in January, when the old man died, the cow stood facing the lane for 3 days, ears pricked. He does not mention smoke, flies, or that the censer has been enthusiastic since the new altar cloth arrived and the priest has been performing gratitude with extra vigor. You do not say any of it either. You just listen to the little suck, pop of a calf you can hear in your memory. You look at the priest, who is now roping off the porch with his posture. Modern comparison break. If you've ever watched an HOA try to ban fun while holding a bake sale, you understand this dynamic. No miracles on the lawn, but cinnamon buns, yes, those are canonically approved. By late afternoon the archdeacon arrives by horse,
which means the horse also has an opinion. He wears the expression of a man who has had to rule on whether a bleeding cheese is a portent or a storage problem. He questions the farmer kindly. He examines the cow gently, which makes you like him. He asks the priest to stop swinging quite so much incense, which makes you like him more. He asks the crowd to stop applying linen to the cow's face, because at some point we must admit we are rubbing a ruminant with a napkin and calling it piety. He concludes, bless him, that God in his creation may move hearts of flesh, but also sometimes eyes water. He announces that no shrine will be established, no relics recognized, and that anyone wishing to give thanks for mercy should do so by giving alms to the poor, and not to the farmer's basket. The farmer's wife swaps her sign for suggested donation to the poor, which is technically true, because she is poor. The pilgrims take it with the grace of people who have walked a long way and will walk longer. They buy bread. They drink. They tell the story already smoothed of its argument. How you, a simple passer-by, saw a cow weep at a sermon because the world is not tired of wonder yet. The priest, whose job is to love wonder without letting it unionize, ushers everyone back to evening prayer. At twilight, the cow sighs and flicks her ear, which is the cow version of, I have given enough today. The farmer pats her broad forehead and promises her a sweeter bale. The porch returns to being a porch. The lane keeps its traffic of cartwheels and hope. You can't make this up. The bishop's letter, when it arrives weeks later, forbids further assemblies on account of the bovine, a phrase so perfect you can feel the scribe smiling as he wrote it. The cow does not read it. She is busy turning grass into milk, and a village into a memory that people will retell, softer each time, until it sounds exactly like a prayer.
Chapter 17. The Duke, the Poulains, and the Paschal Candle. Let's talk about shoes. After the cow and her careful opinions, you keep walking, as one does when belief has finished its matinee. The road irons itself out into plains, and the air takes on that northern clarity that makes bells sound like they were polished before ringing. By the time you reach a great French cathedral, the sky is the color of pewter spoons, and the nave is breathing that deep, honeyed exhale of beeswax and old stone. You step inside, and it is immediately cooler, kinder. The choir is rehearsing a Kyrie that lands on your shoulders like a warm shawl. A verger glides by with the gravity of a man who has keys to everything and an opinion about candles. You find a column and turn into it, which is how you attend in the Middle Ages. There are no pews, only the democracy of knees. The floor is a fossilized ocean of saints' ambitions. Your breath makes a little fog of effort. Somewhere, a thurible swings and writes its soft, peppery cursive in the air. It is very holy in here, but also very human, which is always the best mix. Enter the Duke. He arrives the way dukes do, preceded by a sigh of fabric. He is wrapped in a hoopland that has never met a modesty panel it couldn't defeat, with fur trim that still remembers winter. His hat is a sermon on angles, but the headline is on his feet. His poulains, those long, needle-nosed shoes currently committing geometry, skate across the flagstones like a pair of overachieving commas.
The points are so long they have to be supported by laces looped up to his knees, like the shoes are climbing his own legs for safety. Modern comparison break. Imagine wearing two baguettes that have decided to become trombones, then tying them to your kneecaps so they don't file for emancipation. Now try kneeling. Exactly. You do not judge. You observe. Fashion here is a whole theater of morals. Preachers have been thundering about these shoes for years, announcing that pointed footwear turns your thoughts the same way, toward pride and other dangerous corners. Some towns have issued cautions, politely requesting that the tips not exceed what we might call a polite distance from the foot, for reasons of decorum and doorways. There have been fines, there have been sermons, there have been glances that do the work of both. The Duke, to his credit, or eternal miscalculation, prepares to kneel with the congregation. It is Vespers, that hour made of shadows and second chances. The verger snuffs a lamp, lights another. The great candle stand near the chancel is a forest of fire, wrought iron limbs holding up tall beeswax tapers that smell like summer, pretending to be indoors. The Paschal candle, thick as a thigh and haloed with years, presides above them all like a chaperone. You feel the cathedral settle. The chant folds into a silence so thin you can hear the coal of your own thought turning red. The Duke bends. It begins well.
His hips agree to participate. His spine politely becomes a question mark. His knees, recently co-opted to serve as shoe supports, attempt to honor two commitments at once and discover the limits of multitasking. When he tries to fold further, the laces from knee to shoe tip go taut, creating a charming, lethal triangle. The points of his poulaines, obediently lashed, try to come along. Physics raises an eyebrow. There is a moment, a delicate crystalline instant, when his entire body realizes it is an allegory. His arms describe an argument with air. A page behind him reaches forward in slow catastrophe. You, who have seen coins change direction in mid-flight, recognize the choreography of public regret. Then the Duke totters and delivers his face to the candlestand. Iron protests. Beeswax makes a soft, surprised sound, a dollop choir. Flames, suddenly overhydrated, slop. The great Paschal candle wobbles like a saint being asked to dance. The verger's soul departs briefly, sees the Virgin, returns with a bucket. Modern comparison break, it's corporate candlelight yoga night, and the CFO just did a forward fold directly into the scented display. Lavender is everywhere. The HR email is already composing itself. To give credit where it's due, medieval cathedrals are built by pessimists. Everything is stone and caution. The candlestand, though startled, stays upright. The spill of wax is mostly cosmetic, a glossy river across the Duke's sleeve, and a generous donation to his hair. A small flame licks toward a cushion. A choir boy named Etienne extinguishes it with the reflexes of a child who has already been warned about his ears. Someone produces a candle snuffer, a little copper bell on a stick, the medieval version of "Not today, Satan." The Duke remains in an extended relationship with the floor. The congregation practices a collective spiritual gift known as pretending not to see. The prior approaches with the pastoral calm of a man who has long since learned to love sinners with expensive shoes. He helps the Duke to his feet. There is beeswax on the fur, which is now a metaphor for temporal vanity, and also sticky. You, standing quietly with your column, inventory the senses. Beeswax and hot wool, the metallic chime of iron settling back into its dignity, the chant restarting, as if the church has decided that the best way to handle embarrassment is to keep singing. A page gently severing the shoelace that connects posture to footwear with the same solemnity as a midwife. Modern comparison break. Ever tried to do lunges in rollerblades while holding a candelabra and hoping your therapist is watching? That's this. You are fine. The Duke is the lesson. After the service, the prior takes the man aside. You can almost hear the words because they are the kind the church keeps around for such days. Humility, decorum, the hazards of long points near tall flames. He mentions, softly, oh so gently, that there are directives
from bishops regarding apparel that causes public disruption, not because God hates a silhouette, but because agility is a virtue during worship. The Duke nods in the way nobles nod when they are picturing new tradesmen tomorrow. The verger, unsentimental, scrapes cooling beeswax into a neat pile with a little iron spade. He will later melt it down and make new tapers which will be sold to the faithful, including possibly the Duke, in a closed loop of piety and consequences. Medieval sustainability at work. You linger by the candle stand and try not to smile. All around you, people perform kindness by ignoring what would make gossip. The choir boys practice chuckling later when their mouths are less visible. The page wraps the mutilated Poulain in a cloth like a small, defeated animal. Someone murmurs that the points were stuffed with moss. No wonder they took such offense. As you leave, the night has deepened. The cathedral wears its light like a crown. Outside, a breeze combs the square and the bells hang their silver in it. You look back once, last glance at the place where vanity went up against gravity and lost to both. And you think, as you always do in places like this, you can't make this up. But someone already did, and called it fashion.
Chapter 18.
The Monk, the Wind, and the Midden. Let's talk about flying. You step out of the cathedral, and the night air is still tasting of beeswax and near disaster. A breeze takes your sleeve like a courteous pickpocket, and, somehow, geography changes its mind. The bells behind you fade into gulls that do not ask permission to be loud. Morning has moved in. You are on a roof, no, a tower, of an English abbey, the kind that looks like it was built by someone who never once trusted a cloud. This is Malmesbury. The year is near enough to 1010 that everyone is measuring time with saints' days and bread. Below, the town smoke drifts sideways in strips, and the abbey yard is a tidy manuscript of chores, a garden that believes in cabbages, a bakehouse exhaling yesterday's sermon as steam, and, important to the day's aeronautics, the midden. A generous theological heap of manure, straw, peelings, and the life stories of several pigs. It smolders philosophically. It hums like a choir in a minor key. Your hand is on a parapet that has spent centuries saying, "Please don't." Beside you, a monk is lacing history to his shoulders. Aylmer, if you want the scribe-approved spelling, of Malmesbury, is thin in the way clever men often are, as if ideas are eating from the inside. Benedictine black wool sways at his calves. His eyes have that monastic brightness that says he has been staring at stars and Latin until they swapped places. He has built himself a pair of wings, wooden ribs dressed in linen, stitched by hands that can also mend habits and souls. There is twine, there is wax, there is the patient optimism of someone who has never been told the word no by gravity in plain English. He tightens a strap. He looks at the wind the way a negotiator looks at a stubborn duke. You stand in the kindly company of onlookers, a lay brother with a bucket and a bad feeling, a novice practicing nonchalance, a baker who has flour on his eyebrows, and the expression of someone about to see either a miracle or a lawsuit, depending on whether your century recognizes those. No one uses the word experiment. They are here to witness a man make a very specific kind of prayer. Modern comparison break. Picture your co-worker from accounting showing up to the office roof with an IKEA kit labeled Wings Spiritual and a roll of linen he swears is aerodynamically devout. Everyone smiles the way people do when they're preparing to pretend this was a team-building exercise. Aylmer steps up. The wind comes from the west like news. He says a psalm into the morning. He has done the math using birds and hope. He spreads the wings, and they whisper back to him. Linen is an honest fabric. It tells you when you're wrong. He leaps. For a moment that belongs to no one, it works. You feel the roof go empty where his weight was, a small subtraction that makes the whole sky yawn with possibility. The wings cup the air. They say, yes. Aylmer glides forward and down, not falling so much as negotiating. His sandals are now an opinion about distance. The abbey becomes a toy made of straight lines. Humans possess a limited palette of gasps. You deploy a good one. Below, the garden tilts past like a thought you'll have later. He clears the wall. He clears another. He is a furlong into the future, say 200 meters if you like your miracles in metric. The breeze behaves. The baker blesses himself out of habit and hedging. You have never been this invested in a linen hem in your entire life. Then the wind performs one of its mood changes, a small downturn, an absence where there should be a hand. The wings judder. You can almost hear him think, tail. He forgot a tail. He will later say exactly that. It is admittedly an excellent time to want a tail. He pitches down. Now, the abbey yard is a scrapbook of outcomes. There is a stone path. There is a cart. There is a patch of nettles that already believes in consequences. And there is the midden, that steady, fragrant mountain of composting theology. It waits, steaming, generous, inevitable. Medieval sustainability, wearing a crown of flies. Aylmer descends into it like a pilgrim into a reliquary. The landing is not gentle. It is not even a landing. It is a narrative decision made by thighs and fate. There is an audible oof. Linen sighs. Wooden ribs consider resignation. The midden accepts all things in the end. Today, it accepts a monk. He disappears to the waist, then reappears, then offers a sound you will later describe as apocalyptic porridge. You take the stairs 2 at a time, because comedy is not incompatible with concern. The yard meets you with a smell that has opinions. The lay brother with the bucket arrives, perhaps late, perhaps on time, depending on whether the bucket was ever part of the plan. The abbot has not yet appeared. You can hear him being fetched by someone who runs exactly the way a person runs when a monk has flown into the compost. Aylmer is alive. He is also not going anywhere.
His legs have decided to unionize against him. There is pain, the sharp kind that clarifies theology. He laughs, which is either courage or shock or both. He says, a little hoarse, something about the tail. He means it. He is filing an improvement request. Modern comparison break. It's like beta testing your startup's scooter by riding it off a patio into a decorative hedge. You stand up, leaves in your mouth, and say, "Good news, V2 needs brakes and a back half." The abbot arrives with a face that has seen every human plan and chosen patience. He is merciful and terrifying in the precise ratio that keeps communities together. They pull Aylmer out with a rope and many apologies to the rope. Someone washes his face with water that has opinions about temperature. The abbot hears the explanation about tails. He closes his eyes the way one does while counting up to 12 apostles, and then a few more for luck.
There is a decree, no more flying, not because God despises ambition, but because the rule of Saint Benedict says stability, obedience, and conversion of life. And nowhere in there does it whisper, "Also ye shall strap linen to thy ribs, and test the patience of the turnipile." Aylmer nods. He is a monk. He knows how to obey, and how to keep thinking anyway. Years later, he will glare up at Halley's Comet and tell it he remembers the last time it came by stirring up trouble. He will still think about the tail. You help carry the broken wings to the workshop. They drip, occasionally, with a humility that will later be repurposed as a sermon. Birds comment from the roof in a way that feels personal. The baker goes back to bread with the shaky concentration of a man who has watched breakfast attempt to become air. The midden, unfussed, continues its quiet, hot work of turning yesterday into tomorrow. You take one last look at the yard. A monk tried to fly and fell into the most medieval thing available. He broke both legs, but not his smile. You can't make this up. But if you did, the abbot would forbid it at once. Chapter 19. The Goblet, the Glance, and the Quiet Terror of Sauce. Let's talk about dinner. After the monk, the wind, and the midden, you'd think the day has already used up its weirdness quota. But no. The Middle Ages has a robust after-hours program. You step from compost and psalms into a great hall that smells like a spice market fell in love with a campfire. It is evening, and 100 candles make gossip look like gold. Tapestries hug the stone, pretending to be insulation, and the rushes on the floor make a faint straw-on-leather hush as people move in shoes that were definitely not designed by podiatrists. You're seated below the salt, which is Middle Ages speak for welcome, valued person of mid-tier importance. The high table glows at the far end, a raised stage of velvet, jewels, and carefully managed smiles. There, the host, royal enough to require several titles before breakfast, sits with a face that's practiced being unbothered. Everyone else is fantastically bothered. They're just very good at it. The ewerer arrives first, pouring warm scented water over your fingers. Rosewater sneaks up your sleeve with courtly intentions. A cloth appears to dry your hands, and you nod at it, as if grateful to have a role in this pageant. A chaplain murmurs grace that doubles as a security speech. May the food nourish. May the wine comfort. May the enemies be thwarted in all their cunning little attempts at seasonings. Trenchers arrive, sturdy slabs of yesterday's bread, crust so serious it could hold a small parish. It is your plate, and, later, someone else's supper, because charity has an efficient logistics chain when it looks like a loaf. The pantler and the sewer, steward-adjacent officials with clean hands and suspicious eyes, stage-manage the first course. A carver glides up with the focus of a surgeon whose patient is a boar with an apple in its mouth and opinions about rosemary. And then the tasters do their ballet. At the high table, a cup-bearer holds the goblet, takes a sip, and waits. Not long, just the exact amount of time it takes to say one paternoster, 2 if the wine looks ambitious. Everyone pretends they aren't counting heartbeats. You are definitely counting heartbeats. The minstrels strum subdued chords designed to politely tread water, while everyone watches one man swallow and try not to be history. He does not die. Blackberries and cloves slide into a sigh across the room. People smile with all the sincerity of cats. A silver mazer with a maple wood belly goes round. You lift it like a fragile treaty. The wine tries to be sweet over a spine of smoke. This is Hypocrisy, spiced and persuasive, excellent for masking flavors you didn't mean to mask. You make brief eye contact with your goblet. We're in this together. Plates arrive stacked with extravagance. Roasted venison drips honesty. A pie emerges, the crust domed like a chapel roof. It breaks open to steam, and a congregation of small
Birds, baked, not alive. That surprise belongs to later centuries and worse planning. There are pears in wine that have seen things. There is a peacock, redressed in its own feathers, its blue neck arched into a loop that says, "Aren't we all costumes?" Modern comparison break. It's like a Michelin star tasting menu where every dish is also a trust fall, and the sommelier is making prolonged eye contact with your life insurance policy. You work with your knife, which you brought from home because forks are a rumor and everybody is very confident with 2 fingers and bread. You dip, you pinch, you practice polite restraint with a mustard so forthright it could file a lawsuit. Your neighbor laughs too brightly and then stops to inspect a sprig of parsley like it might confess. Across the hall, a duke leans to murmur into a countess's ear, and 5 other people lean too, because hearing is a social sport. The room has the tension of a surprise party, where no one is sure who the surprise is for. The fear comes honestly. Poison is a whole hobby here, rarely used, frequently suspected, and talked about with the glee of people who read true crime before printing was a thing. Arsenic isn't yet the Victorian house favorite, but mineral arsenic, orpiment, realgar, exists in apothecaries who also sell remedies, because occupational ambiguity is medieval.
Plants like henbane, monkshood, and belladonna grow in cloister gardens that also produce perfectly innocent salads. Alchemists mutter about mercury the way modern enthusiasts mutter about just a dash of liquid smoke. Precautions are theatrical. A man at the high table wears a little polished stone on a ring, bezoar, scraped from the stomachs of ruminants, believed to shudder or save you if poison gate-crashes your evening. It's more a conversational piece than a lab result. On a sideboard, there's a long spiraled white unicorn horn that is absolutely a narwhal tusk, imported at a markup through merchants who never let truth obstruct a good invoice. It will not protect anyone. It will definitely hold up a really excellent anecdote. A servant clears trenchers, replacing them with clean bread. Yours has politely collected gravy, sincerity, and future charity. You break off a corner and pop it into your mouth. The spice hits. Ginger, a suggestion of cinnamon. And you remember suddenly that every bit of this is politics. The salt cellar sits like a moon between those who matter very much and those who matter usefully. You are usefully delicious. An entremet rolls in, a display item, edible if absolutely necessary. It's a marzipan castle with sugared banners, the kind of sugar only the richest can afford, because every grain has marched from the eastern Mediterranean through ledgers and wars. The Crusades were supposed to be about piety and pilgrimage. They also accidentally invented your dessert course's business model. Someone toasts "for the faith," and then lingers on "for the merchants." And there's a small, sophisticated laugh that knows exactly what boats are for. A hush dips and rises like a cautious bird. One of the tasters hesitates over a sauced capon, takes a bite, chews, and you can feel 30 shoulders tighten. He swallows. He blinks. There's a beat where history does paperwork. He nods. The room exhales, suddenly fascinated by lute solos. You lean back. Your belt has become a treaty you regret signing. The warmth of the hall clings to your cheeks. The drafts find your ankles with conversational zeal. The Lord raises a goblet. "Wassail," he says, the old toast. And the room replies, "Drink hail," because mutual poisoning is at least equitable. You drink because optics matter. Modern comparison break. It's like clinking glasses with your boss at the office holiday party while HR hands out antacids and NDAs. As the last course promenades by, wafers, spiced wine, sugared fennel seeds pretending to be dentistry, you notice everyone is tired from pretending to be relaxed. Deals have been made in eyebrow twitches. Marriages have been suggested via the careful sharing of a pear. Someone somewhere has decided to make a lifelong enemy based on a seating chart. You lick a smear of quince from your thumb and consider survival strategies that involve becoming very into fasting days. At the end, the servants fold the evening back into order. The poor will eat the trencher that met your knife. The narwhal tusk returns to its shelf, believing in unicorns because that pays better. The minstrels ease into something sleepy enough to make even paranoia feel like a cushion. You stand, bow, and make your exit below the salt, having not been murdered by sauce. In this century, that qualifies as a successful night out. You can't make this up. But if you did, the mazer would ask you to taste it first.
Chapter 20. The still room where cures and quiet threats share a shelf. Let's talk about medicine. And by medicine we also mean not medicine, but in the same bottle with a nicer label. You step out of the hall, past the narwhal tusk with delusions of grandeur, and follow a narrow corridor that smells like damp stone, beeswax, and the last note of clove clinging to your sleeve. A stair dips underfoot, curls you downward, and a door sighs open on iron hinges. The air changes. It's cooler, wetter. There is no applause down here, only the careful, satisfied scrape of pestle on mortar. The apothecary workshop is a cave made of glass. Jars crowd shelves like a shy audience. Bellies round, shoulders narrow, each stoppered and tied with little parchment tongues that mutter in Latin. Atropa, hyoscyamus, papaver, orpiment, a yellow so cheerful you'd knit a baby blanket from it if it didn't also moonlight as an arsenic compound. Realgar glows a scandalous red, like lipstick with an arrest record. Mercury sits in a shallow dish and shivers as if it's heard a rumour about itself. An alembic hunches on a brazier, copper belly warm, throat coiled into a beak, distilling rose water that smells like civilization pretending everything is fine. The alchemist does not look up. He is the kind of secretive who doesn't need a hood. He has posture. He grinds. Slow. Even. The powder climbs the mortar bowl in a crescent and slips back. Tiny avalanches of purpose. His hands are stained a permanent semester of yellow and brown. Under the candlelight the knuckles shine. There is a scale, 2 delicate pans, as serious as any courtroom. You are suddenly very aware that measurement here is not a courtesy. It's the difference between sleeping and never waking up again. Modern comparison break. It's like walking into a 14th century Walgreens where aisle 7 sells hope, aisle 8 sells ointment, and aisle 9 sells plausible deniability. He gestures at you without looking, the universal sign for don't touch but also don't breathe too enthusiastically. You nod with your whole spine and wedge your curiosity under your tongue where it can't hurt anyone. The walls bead with condensation. A flask sweats like it's nervous on your behalf. Somewhere a drip keeps time. You hear it. This room keeps a slower clock. 1 drop per heartbeat. On a side table lies a little bundle of feathers. He pinches a bit of yellow powder onto one and waits. Orpiment makes the feather sigh bald in a line. Depilatory and dangerous. Useful for hair removal. Useful for other removals. He files the result in his mind, where there are already many tidy drawers labelled "Do not lick." You watch him sort leaves with the tenderness of a librarian. Belladonna, deadly nightshade, shiny berries like doll eyes, leaves that can seduce a pupil wide and foolish. Henbane, soft and smelly, a bad idea in a cloak. Mandrake roots, contorted like tiny people complaining about back pain. Poplar buds for salves, poppy heads for sleep. He drops a few into a pot of honey, thick enough to trap a confession, and stirs with a stick you instinctively respect. You're here because the same hands that washed the high table's fingers in rosewater also mixed the Lord's cordial, the kitchen's saffron, the infirmary's draughts, and the lady's complexion water. And if someone were going to make a powder that whispers in wine, this is where it would learn to talk. The Middle Ages doesn't separate pharmacy, perfumery, and please don't ask. It stacks them, labels them in Latin, and charges by the dram. He finally speaks, low and smooth, the voice of a man who knows the difference between a pinch and a last year. What do you need? You say you don't know yet, which is true in a great many contexts. He shrugs amiably and returns to his work, as if uncertainty is a perfectly valid prescription. On another bench a row of matulas, urine flasks, catch the candlelight like amber lanterns. Physicians do the grand diagnosing in academic robes upstairs, gaze at a glass bottle, consult a colour chart that looks like a medieval make-up palette, and declare that your humours are having a committee meeting. Down here, the apothecary makes what the chart implies. Syrups of violets and horehound for cough. Electuaries sticky with honey to stick medicines to people who do not want them. Plasters that smell like hope and mutton. Theriac, the celebrity panacea with an ingredient list long enough to be a pilgrimage. Myrrh, opium, bits of viper, the whole pantry and a snake. It's aged like wine. It's priced like regret. Modern comparison break. Think kombucha culture meets essential oils, except it sometimes works and occasionally assassinates a duke. He reaches for a dish of quicksilver, mercury, and tilts it. It beads and runs, a tiny lake trying to escape gravity. He will use it in ointments for lice, he says, or to help gilders make saints look more like heaven. Don't worry about it, he adds, which is the historical equivalent of, "This is fine," said in a room full of smoke. On the peg, a sponge hangs, caught in the act of doing nothing. He tells you almost casually that some surgeons soak such sponges in opium, henbane, and a dash of nightshade, then dry them. Before cutting, they re-wet the sponge and let a patient inhale the century into slow motion. You picture it, and then stop picturing it very quickly. In a chest you spot little bezoars in velvet sachets, sold like lucky stones that allegedly pull poison out of your evening, if asked nicely. Above them a jar labelled unicornu. No, you know better.
That's a narwhal tusk, shaved into belief. Rules intrude even in this cave. A town officer will sometimes visit to test his weights, to make sure his dram is not a half-dram with good posture. If he is caught adulterating saffron with marigold, or pepper with little pebbles for extra crunch, there's a very public wooden hat called the pillory, waiting, with a garnish of rotten vegetables. City ordinances mutter about when and what he may sell, and to whom. But if a very noble someone, with a very careful servant, wants a very quiet bottle that calms a very inconvenient husband's stomach permanently, well, the law has excellent hearing for the poor and seasonal allergies for the rich. You notice the recipe books. They're greasy and revered. A tacuinum sanitatis picture peeks from one, all bright colours and tidy health advice, borrowed via Arabic scholars. Another leaf is headed Secretum Secretorum, which is medieval for "this is not peer-reviewed, but trust me." He has a still room book too, crammed with kitchen medical hybrids, rose vinegar for fevers, elderflower water for eyes, sugared anise for digestion. The rose water that blessed your fingers an hour ago was born here, dripping through coil and patience. Outside, the world talks loudly about crusades and piety. Inside, you can smell the aftermath. Sugar, spices, alum, frankincense. Recipes translated across languages and wars, all trickling into this small, damp workshop where commerce and care get the same handwriting. You don't say hypocrisy out loud. You just notice that someone had to ship your dessert and your antidote on the same boat. He finishes the grind, lifts the mortar to his nose, nods, and taps the powder into parchment. He folds it with the crisp affection of a man who likes corners. For sleep, he says, a safe one. He names a price that feels like both an indulgence and a bribe to tomorrow. You pay, because sleep, like salt, marks your rank. You leave with a little cone of something that promises to keep you alive by making you temporarily less interested in being awake. Upstairs, the hall still hums with after-dinner ambition. Down here, the drip continues its measured applause. You tuck the packet into your sleeve. Make a note to remain very kind to anyone who owns a mortar, and climb back toward a world where everyone smiles and no one drinks first. Chapter 21. The Smile That Weighs Less Than a Drop. Let's talk about dinner. The hall has put on its jewelry. Candles stand like little golden soldiers, their flames saluting the roast peacock dressed in its own feathers, and the powdered mountains of candied quinces that say wealth with every sugared sigh. The great salt cellar glitters like a small planet in orbit around the Lord's elbow. Music hums from a corner, lute, recorder, the occasional cough from someone who tried to swallow ambition too quickly. Linen stretches smooth and white across trestled tables, a calm sea where ships of pewter drift and anchor. You take your seat and immediately remember the rule you promised yourself on the stairs. Smile and let someone else drink first. She arrives on a tide of hush, not because anyone told the room to quiet, but because pretty physics says it happens. A young noblewoman, the kind portraits pretend are about light and fabric when they are actually about power. Hair braided like a well-kept promise, a gown that knows the difference between grace and expense, a face that could launch 1,000 rumors without smudging its paint. She sits. She smiles. It's a small smile, the kind that leaves a lot of room for interpretation, and even more room for interpretation's lawyer. On her finger, a ring, not large, not boastful, gold with enamel that catches candlelight and behaves. The bezel is just a touch higher than fashion requires. The little hinge is almost shy. You wouldn't notice unless you notice things. You notice things now. A ring like that has a lid. A ring like that keeps secrets in teaspoons. The cupbearer moves with the abstracted piety of a man who has watched his whole life distilled into pour and don't die. He tastes first, lips brushing the rim of the Lord's cup, sips, watches the room not quite blink. The wine is Malvasia, honeyed and obliging, spiced in winter like a dessert you drink so you can say you had fruit today. You can smell cinnamon, black pepper, a memory of cloves trailing behind the cup like an expensive dog. Spices rode here on ships and prayers, courtesy of Crusades that came home with theology and shopping lists. Modern comparison break. It's a lot like an office holiday party where the CFO hires a taste tester, the intern pours the Prosecco, and HR looks like a Renaissance angel with better cheekbones. She raises her own cup. The ring flashes. No, it doesn't. It is too well bred for that. Her wrist turns, the way wrists do when pearls are listening. If legend is a playwright, this is the moment. A fingertip drifts to the rim, a pause like a comma in a letter you do not want to get. A single, quiet click as the bezel tilts. Pivot, press, release. No theatrics. If anything, the performance is about you not being sure you saw anything. A drop so small it is almost a rumor detaches, slides, meets wine, dissolves as if willing never to have existed. If this were a moral tale, candle would flicker knowingly. The candle minds its business. What's inside the ring? You have been downstairs. You have seen the shelves. You know the answer is something that has a Latin name and a past. Enemies call it Cantarella, the Borgia brand name in the gossip market. Perhaps arsenic, coaxed into a syrup with sugar and patience. The recipe is not in any cookbook you'll admit to owning. Some said it took only a drop. Some said it took only a grudge. History squints. The truth is probably less theatrical and more incremental. But courts are amphitheaters built for drama, and rumors sell out every night. The woman with the small smile has a famous family. Or she doesn't. and her family is only famous for having enemies with excellent publicists. Possibly Lucrezia Borgia. Possibly another Italian lady of the late 15th century, who learned early that power prefers its gloves perfumed and its tools portable. To be fair to Lucrezia, history's favourite scapegoat with great hair, her later years in Ferrara were a masterclass in competent duchessing, patronage, and not killing anyone at dinner. Most of the poison stories are probably the medieval version of internet comments, except written in Latin and illuminated. Still, look at the engineering. The ring is a little reliquary of outcomes. A tiny lid, a tiny cavity, lined with something that doesn't mind arsenic. A pinhole under the setting, so the drop will find gravity and your cup. It's jewelry as a verb. Per what you learned downstairs, sugar is as much chemistry as candy. It turns powders into manageable pastes. It turns liquids into obedient syrups. It gives a drop the courtesy of cohesion. And the wine? Warm, spiced, generous, excellent at hiding anything that minds being seen. You watch the dance of etiquette that makes this world both beautiful and exhausting. The carver displays his knife work like a surgeon with better lighting. The lord pretends he trusts everyone. The taster pretends this will always work. The lady at the centre of your attention pretends she is only a mirror for the room. A poet might call it grace. You, having spent time with a mortar and the kind of Latin labels that end conversations, call it management. Modern comparison break. Think of the ring as a smart device. It tracks your steps, your heart rate, and your willingness to forgive. It also has one app called Consequences. Please accept permissions. Your cup sits untouched, performing modesty. You remember the apothecary's hands, the way he folded parchment into little temples of intention. You remember that a town's laws apply to the poor like hail, and to the powerful like a mist that doesn't get your hair wet. You also remember that you would rather be a little thirsty than accidentally historical. A servant leans in with trenchers newly refreshed, thick slices of bread serving as plates, soaking up juices and class distinctions. Someone near you, a courtier with a laugh he keeps sharp for carving, mentions sumptuary laws with the fond distress of a man told he may not wear purple on weekdays. The lady laughs slightly, a chiming sound, the kind you hear on a day you survive. She touches her ring absent-mindedly, or purposefully, or not at all. Ambiguity is her best accessory. The truth is, the Middle Ages and the early Renaissance don't believe in pure categories. The same ports that unload frankincense unload alum, sugar, pepper, paper, and sometimes pamphlets that insist your enemies are monsters who drink from jewelry. The still room makes cosmetics and comfort and the occasional scandal. A ring can hold a relic, a lock of hair, or a plausible ending. The world, like your wine, is a blend. You raise your cup at last, not to drink, but to admire the way candlelight turns liquid into gold. You toast, silently, to moderation, to patience, to the enduring gift of having a mouth and choosing not to use it. The cup goes back down. The smile across from you doesn't change. That's the thing about very small drops and very big rooms. They both excel at leaving traces only on the careful. Dinner moves on to Hippocras and marchpane, to music that meanders like good conversation, to a small dog that absolutely belongs on a duchess's lap and knows it. You decide the safest drink is the water used to wash the hands, then remember why that is not true. You compromise with the communal bucket of common sense. You eat the bread. It tastes reassuringly like sleep.
Chapter 22. Axes in Marble. The Varangians arrive at the Great Palace. Let's talk about security. After a smile that weighed less than a drop, cross the sea and multiply the weight by an axe. The room is different now. The music is not a lute sighing at a roast bird. It's the quiet heartbeat of 1,000 polished stones underfoot. Candles give way to oil lamps, and a skylight where day leans in like a curious cat. The great palace of Constantinople has put on its permanent evening wear: porphyry columns, gold-ground mosaics, and floors that behave like frozen rivers. Everything gleams politely. Nobody coughs. Somewhere in another hall, a bronze lion with a clockwork throat is practicing a roar designed to impress foreigners and wake up ambassadors. You step onto marble that remembers emperors. The air smells of beeswax, frankincense, and the faint practical ghost of salt from the nearby sea. The corridor is long and bright, and entirely used to being stared at. And here they come, purpose-shaped like people. Tall, braided, bearded men in furs and chain, carrying axes that require both hands and a mature relationship with gravity. Norsemen, Varangians. The Byzantines call them axe-bearers, and Varangoi. The Norse called this city Miklagarthur, great fenced place, because even the name wears a helmet. They move with the deliberate calm of men who have seen a lot of ice and not much marble. Their mail whispers with each step, ring speaking to ring. Fur mantles ride their shoulders like well-trained wolves. The axes, Dane axes, long-hafted, moon-edged, rest at their sides as if the corridor itself had invited sharp objects to dinner. Their beards are braided the way rope is braided, ornamental if you must, functional if you need to pull a ship. Modern comparison break. Imagine your office security team, but they're 8 inches taller than the doorframe, and instead of a keycard, they swipe in with a 2-handed tree trimmer. The dress code? Business chainmail. You, congratulations, are technically part of the entourage, not because you can swing anything heavier than a good idea, but because your job is to notice things and remember them later in a quiet voice. You keep respectfully to the mosaic edge. They keep to the center, like the center owes them rent. They were brought here for loyalty, which is a polite way to say they don't have uncles in local politics. In the late 10th century, an emperor with a long to-do list, picture Basil II sharpening both a pen and a sword, decided he wanted a bodyguard who owed him, and only him. Across the rivers and forests of the Rus lands, boats slid down the Dnieper like thoughts toward a decision. Gold crossed one way, oaths crossed the other. Soon the great palace doors learned a new knock. You pass a hall where golden birds perch on a metal tree and sing when someone important walks by. The guide whispers that it's hydraulics. You nod as if that's completely normal and not, in fact, wizardry, with a maintenance schedule. Another corridor opens onto the Crusader, the golden hall of ceremony, where the emperor will materialize later like a very expensive sunrise. Every surface has an opinion about light. The Varangians stand like punctuation at the ends of sightlines, full stops that prevent unfortunate run-on sentences. Ceremony here is choreography, with history as the music. Everyone knows where to put their knees and their eyes. You've seen court before, but this is a different species. In Italy, power wears perfume and smiles. Here, power wears silk and mathematics. It shows you an automaton lion and 2 tax ledgers, and asks if you understand both. Either way, the Varangians will make sure you don't touch the lion. One of them, taller than common sense, rests his axe against his shoulder and scans the room with the bored patience of a lighthouse. His beard is tied with a scrap of silk that came from a ship whose captain never learned his name. His arm bears an old scar with a shape like a river map. If he speaks Greek, he does it carefully, like crossing a wet bridge. If he speaks at all, it's to another man whose accent sounds like birch trees. Later, one of them will carve a little message in a holy place. Halfdan was here, because sometimes the urge to be remembered outruns the rules about where not to use your knife. Modern comparison break. This is the part of the museum where the do not touch signs hired a personal trainer, moved in together, and formed a union. You note what they're allowed to do. They can stand close to purple, the dye that emperors are born into. Porphyry has a private room in this palace, a chamber lined with the stone itself, where imperial infants arrive with a press release. The guard watches the doorless doors. They keep off balance courtiers balanced. When the emperor processes to Hagia Sophia, they become moving colonnades with edges. When he returns, they drink measured wine from cups that know better than to spill. On battle days, they become the rumor that keeps enemy lines tidy. Don't break, or the axe-bearers will find the gap and explain consequences to your ankles. Whispers leak around their boots. Some say they're paid in gold that does not lie. Solidus if you're early to the party. Hyperpyron if you arrive after the currency redesign. Some say they get silk as a bonus, because nothing says long commute down the Dnieper like a bag of textiles your cousins will never believe. Some say, and this is the palace's favourite folklore, that when emperors change, the guard claims a ritual tip from the treasury, a little autumn wind through the coin cupboards. Byzantine chroniclers tut. The guard shrugs. Tradition is a flexible word when your axe is a measuring stick. You, who recently refused a drink because restraint seemed safer than citation, stand in a place where restraint is a profession. The paradox is charming. Here, the axes mean peace. The more obviously you can end trouble, the less trouble volunteers to begin.
It's like wearing a seatbelt, a quiet promise to physics that you understand each other. A clerk shuffles by with a stack of parchment that looks heavy enough to anchor a boat. An advisor whispers about treaties with people you can't spell without help. A muffled choir practices something that tastes like honey and iron. The Varangians blink occasionally, the only concession to the passing of time. What do you hear? Leather creaking like contented crickets. What do you smell? Oil, pine tar, and skins that remember northern weather. What do you feel? Marble, cool under shoes that were not made for slipping. What do you think? That every empire is just a room with rules, and the rules make more sense when someone tall is holding an axe. Dinner was about choices in teaspoons. The palace is about decisions the size of doorways. Both are theater, with excellent props. You file that away for later, the way you file away that the safest place in the most dangerous building is usually next to the man who can lift his weapon with one hand and his paycheck with the other. You pass under a mosaic of saints who have seen worse. A Varangian nods at you in that small, economical way shared by professionals who do not need to explain their job. You nod back, because the correct response to a two-handed axe is always mutual respect. History's punchline arrives on silent feet. In a city famous for subtlety, the loudest thing is the promise of quiet.
Chapter 23. The Axe at Vespers, Processing into Hagia Sophia. Let's go to church. The palace doors sigh, the Augustion yawns open, and the whole city takes a collective, perfumed breath. You flow along the ceremonial spine from the great palace to Hagia Sophia, drifting inside a river of velvet, silk, and the quiet clink of disciplined metal. Voices lift. Aes pola eti despota! Many years to the emperor, and your ribs notice how the shout bounces off stone like a drum roll wrapped in honey. You keep to the edge of the current, because the middle is already occupied by geometry in human form. The Varangian guard, pacing the emperor like commas that refuse to be misplaced. He's there. The tall one you clocked in the palace. Polished chainmail turns him into a moving tide pool of light. His shield, a round plank painted with knotwork that looks like thoughts tying themselves in tidy knots, hangs easy on one arm. His other hand cradles a two-handed axe along his shoulder, as if it were a sleepy dog. The axe's edge is a thin winter sunrise. Nothing dramatic, just competent physics. Inside Hagia Sophia, quiet is a cathedral animal. It pads around on incense paws and noses at your sleeves. The dome hangs like a held breath, pretending to ignore gravity. Lamps float in their chains like a tame constellation. Gold mosaics hoard sunlight from other days, and the marble under your soles is slick with 7 centuries of people trying not to look impressed. You smell frankincense, old wood, and the warm human sweetness of wool dampened by weather and awe. The procession becomes choreography. Clergy in embroidered vestments breathe syllables of Greek so rich they could be eaten with a spoon. Readers chant from the ambo, and the words roll out like velvet carpets. You, Technically still part of the entourage, emotionally a tourist. Feel a small, respectful rearrangement occur in your spine. It's not faith, it's scale. The building suggests in a courteous voice that you are a very tiny boat on a very large sea. You agree and try not to squeak. Your Varangian lighthouses his gaze around the nave. He measures distance the way carpenters measure risk. He knows the omphalion, the inlaid marble rosette in the floor where emperors are crowned, like a friend's kitchen tile. He watches the bronze doors at the narthex, the side aisles with their forest of columns, the deacons who walk as if the air is fragile and might chip if stepped wrong. His chainmail whispers to itself, ring to ring, a polite gossip. Modern comparison break. Imagine your office holiday party held in the largest planetarium on Earth, with HR carrying halberds and reminding you that spillage refers to wine and state secrets. The DJ is a 1,000-year-old choir. The dress code is silk, but with theology. They stand in a crescent near the emperor's path, shields tucked in, axes angled away from anyone whose robe could be mistaken for a drape. You stare at the axe and think, this is a tool with a resume. In the north it felled trees, cut ice, negotiated with pirates. Here it keeps the peace merely by existing. It's the medieval equivalent of a strongly worded email. Your ears adjust to the soundscape. Chant, layered over footsteps, layered over the soft private cough of an oil lamp deciding to be dramatic. Somewhere behind a screen, a subdeacon drops a brass thing and then picks it up in the universal posture of, I meant to do that. The floor has been strewn with laurel. It crackles like polite thunder under sandals. You try not to slip. The Varangian does not slip. His shoes are the footwear version of a frown. He is not local. He wears Constantinople like a coat he keeps promising to break in. When the liturgy surges, he does not bow as deeply as the Byzantines do, not because he's disrespectful, but because devotions and spines vary by latitude. The silk tie in his beard is a small concession to city fashion, the way you might buy one tasteful throw pillow and declare yourself transformed. He knows enough Greek to understand move, stay, and don't chop the iconostasis. He knows enough to answer many years in a voice that twitches the candles. Modern comparison break. If you've ever brought your out-of-town cousin to your favorite yoga class and watched him salute the sun like he's negotiating rent, you understand this cultural exchange. You drift to a pillar that remembers emperors. Its face glows with the fingerprints of centuries. If you look closer, no one's watching, you will find thin, scratched runes on the parapet of the upper gallery, the kind of graffiti that doesn't apologize. Halfdan carved his name here, probably on a day like this, when duty put him next to holiness and his hand needed to prove he existed. It's a tiny Norse whisper in a Greek cathedral, a human post-it note. Still here. The service deepens. Incense wagons in the thuribles make their slow constellations. The emperor's cloak moves like a red thought. The acclamations rise, practiced and sincere, the way a good email signature is both templated and heartfelt. Your Varangian shifts half a step to block a curious monk who has wandered into an imperial line of sight. It's gentle, practiced,
and so smooth that the monk ends up thinking he decided to stand in a better place. Everyone saves face. The axe remains an idea. Out in the nave, a knot of Western pilgrims watches the service with that expression that crosses cultural borders. The face you make when you were told not to judge and then immediately judged. They whisper about icons. They whisper about rites. They whisper in Latin about how things should be done. Later, much later, some of their grandchildren will prove that a vow and a shopping list can coexist uncomfortably. For now they clutch their reliquary souvenirs and pretend they don't want Byzantine tablecloths. Modern comparison break. It's
The tech conference panel, where everyone nods earnestly about open source collaboration and then patents a fork on the way out. Namaste, but with spreadsheets. You watch the guard do small, invisible things for big reasons. They are the placebo that works because you can see it. A nervous page exhales when he notices the axe. A courtier smooths his robe rather than his rumour. A choir boy remembers his vows. This is security as ambience, sense, sounds, and an implied capacity for sudden clarity. Akaluthos, the officer who commands them, glides past. A man whose job title translates to the one who follows, and actually means the one who leads the people who might be followed by disaster. If anything goes wrong, he will become an adverb, swiftly. It rarely does. That's the point. You stand behind your pillar long enough to forget your feet and remember your pulse. The service ends the way it began, with dignity, pretending it isn't delighted to be so photogenic. The emperor withdraws. The choir folds its voices like laundry, and the lamps sputter little gold sighs. The Varangian eases the axe off his shoulder, as if putting down a thought that behaved itself all day. He blinks once, a full, slow blink that says, "Nobody died, so this is success." On the way out, someone brushes your sleeve and apologizes by kissing icons with extra enthusiasm. The laurel underfoot has become green confetti. Outside, the light is different. The kind that makes bronze look like sour candy. Your Varangian steps back into the procession's rhythm, and you fall in at the edge again. A punctuation mark, content to be a comma. And you realize, with the pleasant fatigue of a day well observed, that in a city where even the silence has a legal brief, the sharpest thing in the room is the promise that it won't be needed. Chapter 24. Holiness Next Door. The Lantern and the Red Door in Jerusalem. Night falls like a shawl someone forgot to mend. You step out of one empire's echo and into another's whisper. Constantinople's incense still clings to your cuffs, but the road has ground your sandals into new vowels, dust syllables that spell Jerusalem. Let's set the scene. The Church of the Holy Sepulchre slumbers behind stone shoulders, a whole theology folded into domes and shadows. Lamps throb like quiet stars in the rotunda. Somewhere inside, a tired canon finishes a psalm that began when the moon was higher. Outside, the square holds on to the day's heat the way a sleeping dog keeps hold of a dream. Paws twitching, breath steady. The stones have been touched so much they've become smooth opinion. You can smell old wax, old olive oil, and the honest fatigue of 1,000 pilgrims who brought their hopes in cloth bags and left with the same bags, but heavier. Turn your head half a degree. There's a lane barely wide enough for 2 regrets to pass. A modest house leans into the street like it's listening. Its lintel carries a carved pomegranate, the universal sign of fruit, and the regional sign of don't ask too many questions. A red lamp hangs above the door, more ember than flame. The light says, "Yes, we are open." The silence says, "Pretend you didn't hear that." It's a brothel. It is also, inconveniently, very close to the most inspected tomb in Christendom. The city's moral geometry is an enthusiastic doodle. Modern comparison break. Imagine your gym installed a cupcake bakery inside the lobby with a neon sign that reads, "Cheat day is a construct." You could go straight from treadmill to frosting. Nobody would, of course, except everybody. You drift along the edge of things. Cats do the important municipal work of being cats. A water seller snores against a wall, cup still dangling from a rope at his belt, like a question mark made of tin. 2 pilgrims from somewhere rainy compare blister shapes as if trading saint cards. And then the cross-bearing shadows arrive. They come in 1s and 2s, the way rain decides whether to commit. Surcoats stitched with red crosses, sometimes neat, sometimes resembling a child's confident first attempt, vanish beneath travel-stained cloaks. Helmets are left behind with a friendly fig tree. The men's faces have that specific pious squint that says they've looked at too many relics today and not enough rest. Swords stay belted, but keep their opinions to themselves. Historically solid detail break. The military orders, the Templars, the Hospitallers, keep clear. Their rules are strict, their vows stricter, and their reputations guarded by men who pray like they mean it and fight the same way. The ones tiptoeing toward the red lamp are the other kind of crusader. Secular knights, sergeants, hangers-on, rich pilgrims who forgot that vows come with verbs. They're not bad men. They're just human with jet lag. The madam meets them with a nod that has seen every century. She wears a scarf pinned with a cheap bronze brooch, and the weary amusement of someone who knows more theology than she lets on. Prostitution in medieval cities is a tolerated inconvenience with tax implications. No one loves it. Few abolish it. Fines collected from the district of mistakes have a way of resurfacing in respectable ledgers, possibly earmarked for repairing a very respectable roof. Civic life is a circle. Money is the pen. You wait. That's the new habit you picked up in Hagia Sophia. Stand still and let the world scroll by. The brothel's door swallows confessions that never learned Latin. Inside, a lute offers a want ad for joy. Laughter rises, then folds itself into something gentler, like a hand lowering a candle snuffer. The church's bells keep time with a conscience. Each note is a small, firm reminder. You're in the neighborhood. The brothel's lamp answers, noted. The whole block negotiates a treaty titled, Not Ideal but Functional. Modern comparison break. This is the airport where a meditation room sits next to a duty-free whiskey shelf. Peace, but with samples. You wander the perimeter, pretending to inspect architectural features. Pilgrims do that a lot. It's a sanctified way to gawk. You run your fingers along a groove worn into the stone by centuries of rings. People ran hands along walls before they faced important doors. Maybe for luck. Maybe for courage. The wall keeps their secrets. So does the red lamp. A lad with a cross on his shoulder hesitates at the threshold. He cannot be more than 19, which in Crusader years is ancestral. He breathes like he's about to jump off an idea. His friend claps him on the back, says something about, "We march at dawn. Tonight is for remembering we are mortal." You watch the thought argue with the simple mathematics of fatigue. He steps in. You don't judge. You remember the Varangian's axe, gleaming politely in a different holy building. And think about how everywhere the same equation asks for different answers. Body, soul, city, crowd. Inside the church, a priest coughs the cough of a man who forgot to drink water between psalms. Outside, a woman in a blue dress ties her belt tighter and counts the coins in her palm. She started working here because options were narrower than streets. She continues because she wants her little brother apprenticed to a tailor instead of a sword. It's easy to moralize about systems you've never had to navigate. It's harder to resent bread. Modern comparison break. Ever filled out a performance review for a job that kept you afloat while your real life learned to swim? You did what you had to do. You wrote bullet points. You breathed. The hypocrisy is not really a plot twist. Medieval people know what they're doing. They argue with their priests, confess, pay penance, relapse, repeat. There are no pristine centuries. Every age is a compromise wearing its best shoes. You stand within spitting distance of the holiest stone in the West, and the most criticized door on the block, and nothing explodes. Jerusalem has absorbed louder contradictions. A cannon glides past, face carved into benign neutrality. He sees the lamp. He does not rearrange his route. He inwardly composes a sermon about temptations that come attractively signposted. He will deliver it in the morning. One of his listeners will make meaningful eye contact with his boots. The city will tick on. You find a bench shaped like a rumor and sit. The night air is warm with stories and late bread. You picture a map, the kind that looks like a dragon drew it with one claw. Holy places and naughty places, squeezed together because city lots are expensive and sanctity doesn't own a zoning board. In Accra, the port laughs late. In Antioch, markets snore with their mouths open. In Jerusalem, The church dozes, the brothel hums, and both pay the same water carrier. The red lamp winks. Someone inside sings a line of a French song about roses. Someone inside the church hums a Greek response about mercy. You do not need to pick a soundtrack. You are a guest in both neighborhoods. When the young knights come back out, they step into the square as if the stones were suddenly not sure who they were. One crosses himself, a quick apology written in air. Another adjusts his belt because straps in the Middle Ages are how you tell time. Their cloaks fly up for an instant, revealing stitched crosses that will, tomorrow, mean courage again. Tonight, they mean context. You breathe. You let the contradictions line up like tiles. It's past midnight. The lamp lowers. The bells rest their throats. And the alley sighs the world's oldest lullaby. People are messy. Cities adapt. Holiness keeps its receipts. You stand, brush dust from your knees, and aim your feet toward a very small bed in a very narrow room that smells like wood smoke and hope. Punchline, soft as a blanket. On the way, you pass a sign nailed to a door. Penance hours posted neatly, just like shop hours. Salvation, now with customer service. Chapter 25. The window that tells the truth, and the floor that does too. Let's talk about glass. Dawn sidles in shyly, the way a cat enters a room it technically owns. You drift from your very small bed to a very large workshop that smells like vinegar, charcoal, and the sort of dust that remembers every sermon it's overheard. The Church of the Holy Sepulchre wakes with you, bell throat clearing, stone shoulders stretching, and you find yourself at a bench the length of a pilgrim's sin list. On it lies a parchment cartoon, a full-sized drawing of a knight kneeling, all angles and intention, his hands poised to offer a tiny painted church to a larger painted Christ. It's a thing, in this century, to put your best self in windows. A glazier leans over the cartoon like a monk over a mystery. He works with a grozing iron, nibbling at the edge of a deep red shard until it fits the line, tiny crescent bites piling beside his wrist like dropped moons. He mutters to himself and to the glass. Easy, he tells the stubborn piece. We're trying to be saints here. You watch him trace features with a brush dipped in a mix of powdered iron, ground glass, and wine. The paint dries matte and murky now, but after firing it will fuse and hold. Later, he'll stain the knight's hair with a wash that turns golden in the kiln, silver alchemized into sunlight. Modern comparison break. This is Photoshop, but the layers weigh 50 pounds, and you need a furnace instead of a laptop. Also, there are no keyboard shortcuts for undo. There is only sweep up and start again. Panels lean against the wall like well-behaved geese. Cobalt skies, emerald fields, a lamb whose eye looks suspiciously like your uncle's. The lead cames, those soft H-shaped ribs, wait in coils, grey and patient. The whole room is an anatomy lesson. Here is the skin of a story. Here are the bones. Here is the quiet breath. And on the floor, a priest counts coins. He doesn't exactly hide. He simply chooses the floor the way a fisherman chooses a shore, close to the flow, out of the wind. His fingers move the way rosary beads taught them to, only now each bead is a gold bezant with its own little sun stamped on it. They clink in neat base 12 stacks, the sound of cheerful gilt. You can't miss the smell. Warm metal and hands that have held too many hands. He whispers numbers the way some people whisper prayers. You don't need to ask where the money came from. In this city, gifts circulate like gossip. A local lord wants a burial closer to the good bones. A merchant wants a promise that a certain relic will be available during the high season for piety. A knight would appreciate, let's say, a window that remembers him kindly. Officially, these are offerings. Unofficially, the walls know everyone's verbs. Let's set the scene within the scene. Up on the table, the knight, forever kneeling, forever stainless, a red cross steady on his chest like a heartbeat that never slips. His eyes are painted so they know exactly where to look. Upward, unwavering, aspirational. If glass had a LinkedIn profile, this is it. Down on the floor, the priest, careful as a midwife, counts again. He ties a thin cord around each stack, the medieval universal sign for receipt pending. He will call it a stipend for masses, because it is. He will also call it a gift of love, because sometimes it is that too. Two truths can sit in the same room and not spill each other's ink. Modern comparison break. Cathedral windows are the original reputation management. It's the medieval equivalent of a verified badge, except it throws coloured light on strangers' faces for 600 years. The glazier works the knight's jawline, just enough shadow to suggest a man who could pray loud and hit hard. He scratches feathery highlights into the red of the surcoat. Flashed glass, only a thin layer of colour, shaved back to pale where light should catch. Your breath fogs a small circle in the cool morning. You would apologize to the glass for breathing if it weren't already so forgiving. Lead time. The craftsman lifts strips of lead and fits them around the segments of colour, nudges them together like a friend arranging a complicated dinner seating so no one has to apologize to anyone. He solders joints with a dab of tin, the tiny breath of the brazier bright as a promise. A panel becomes a person becomes a story becomes policy. At your ankles, the coin song stops. The priest stretches, vertebrae reciting the psalms they held all night. He glances at the cartoon, at the kneeling knight, at the donor inscription penciled in the margin, the line that will be engraved in glass below the holy scene. Pray for the soul of Sir So-and-so, who gave generously. Generosity
is an elastic word. In this city, that's not an insult. That's just measurement. You wonder how the knight will look once he's hoisted into the stone. From below, pilgrims will tilt their heads and see courage without chafing, valor without blisters, humility without the bargaining that preceded it. The window will inform their hearts while politely omitting the part about a bag of money that made the schedule possible. History is not a liar. It's a curator. Modern comparison break. Ever posted a vacation photo cropped just so you don't see the stack of laundry on the chair? Yes, that. Now imagine the chair is a priest, and the laundry is a clinking sack. Hold the panel, the glazier says, and you do. Your hands feel the weight. Color, lead, promises. Through the painted night, the morning sun tips in like honey, and for a second, you believe in the most generous reading of everyone. The priest stands, lifts the coin bundle with the air of a man carrying a sleeping cat, and slides it into a chest already padded with the city's collective conscience. He locks it with a key that squeaks a tiny moral. Contradictions don't argue, they collaborate. The priest will use some of that money to mend the roof over the poor aisle, the one that leaks directly on the widow with the squeaky knees. He will keep some aside for oil. He will say masses for souls that need them. He will also look a little too pleased when the night's steward thanks him for understanding the urgency. You cannot rewire a century with a disapproving eyebrow. You lean the finished panel against the wall. The night beams soft decency. The gold stain in his hair glows like a low fire. The inscription waits for the final cut. Outside, the red lamp from last night is cold now, and the bells are awake. The city continues to be exactly itself, a simultaneous equation with too many variables and not enough chalk. Punchline, unamused and fond. In the end, the window offers perfect transparency. The ledger does not.